Chapter 4762. The West Sea Old Dragon was finally going to show himself. Everyone stared with widened eyes. There were only a handful of people in the entire eternal world who had seen the West Sea Old Dragon's true appearance. A beam of divine light shot out from the ancient war palace, and a figure appeared in the void. When everyone saw that person, they were all dumbfounded. They saw that this person was actually a handsome young man dressed in white. They had assumed that the West Sea Old Dragon's voice was old and that he was an old man with snow-white hair. No one could have imagined that this mysterious and unfathomable West Sea Old Dragon would actually look like a young man. This guy, Gouffé, was speechless. A super old monster that had lived for countless years actually liked to act young. Everyone found it hard to believe that the legendary super old monster of the West Sea Dragon clan would actually look like this. At that moment, the West Sea Old Dragon beckoned with his right hand, and the war palace immediately flew towards him. It rapidly shrank and landed on his hand. Kill! The West Sea Old Dragon roared and smashed the war palace in his hand at Wang Xian. Other than the West Sea Old Dragon, there was probably no other person in the entire eternal world who could use an ancient war palace to smash someone. Fist of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wang Xian did not hesitate and immediately unleashed his famous fist technique. Tyrannical absolute Earth's terrifying fist force erupted from both of his fists, causing the entire world to tremble. As he punched out, the nearby stars instantly exploded. That was just a shockwave created when he punched out, and yet it was already so powerful. Even an eternal one would be blown to bits if they were hit by that punch. Boom! Wang Xian's punch landed heavily on the incoming war palace, and the violent fist energy left a fist mark on the walls of the ancient war palace. Countless ancient Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the ancient war palace. A terrifying fist energy erupted, and the war palace was sent flying by Wang Xian's punch, disappearing from sight in an instant. However, the moment Wang Xian sent the war palace flying, the West Sea Old Dragon appeared in the sky above him. Sword domain, absolute imprisonment. The West Sea Old Dragon unleashed his magic power. In the next moment, Wang Xian felt the world spin, and then he noticed that he'd actually appeared in a world of swords. As for Gouffé, who was watching from afar, he only saw Wang Xian suddenly disappear from his line of sight. Afterwards, he was shocked to discover that he actually couldn't feel any aura from Wang Xian. West Sea's Old Dragon also disappeared with Wang Xian. It was as if the two of them had suddenly disappeared into thin air. The experts who were watching the battle were also indescribably shocked. Wang Xian, on the other hand, was calmly looking at everything in front of him. There were swords everywhere, and countless sword shadows emitted astonishing sword qi that circled around him. Haha, Wang Xian, you're dead meat. The aged voice of the West Sea Elder Dragon resounded in the world of swords before reverberating in the world of swords. Tisk! Wang Xian raised his middle finger. You're still so arrogant even when you're about to die. The old dragon sneered. Don't joke around. If you could kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why would you still be here talking nonsense? Wang Xian mocked. You're courting death. The old dragon was infuriated. Next, countless divine swords appeared within the sword domain. Every single one of them was like a peerless heavenly sword, emanating terrifying sword qi. Next, the endless number of divine swords pierced towards Wang Xian. I, the unique and supreme. Wang Xian bellowed, and a clump of divine light burst out from his body to instantly envelop him. The countless sword beams pierced the divine light around Wang Xian's body, only to shatter them. However, this was a world of swords. Swords were everywhere. Like a tidal wave, the sword shadows surged towards Wang Xian to engulf him. So what if your Tao of the sword is strong? Can you break my I, the unique and supreme? Wang Xian's voice rang out within this world. Damn it! The old dragon was both shocked and furious. This fellow's I, the unique and supreme profound technique, was truly formidable. Back then, they had to join forces to banish him out of Eternal World. However, this senior's true dragon sword was not to be trifled with. Dragon transformation, sword cleaving the cosmos. The old dragon was going all out. The power of the Tao of the sword within the entire sword domain erupted, and he revealed his true form. A black dragon, much bigger than a mountain, circled within the endless sea of swords. The next moment, the black dragon disappeared and transformed into a dragon sword. The sword was like a dragon, and the dragon was like a sword. The endless power of the Tao of the sword instantly converged upon the dragon sword. Wang Xian, who was engulfed by the sea of swords, appeared. Slash! The old dragon roared. The next moment, an eternal sword beam slashed down on Wang Xian's protective divine light. Like a piece of cloth being cut, a cut appeared on Wang Xian's eye. The unique and supreme divine light and blood splattered out from Wang Xian's left shoulder. At the same time, Wang Xian's right fist fiercely smashed onto the eternal sword light, directly blasting it away. Rumble! The entire sword domain began to collapse, and two figures appeared in the starry sky outside. When everyone saw this, they could not help but be shocked by these two fellows who had suddenly disappeared and reappeared. They saw that these two fellows were in an extremely sorry state. Both of their clothes were stained with blood, and both of their expressions were weary. Both of them seemed to have suffered serious injuries. Both of them are injured. Everyone was shocked. It seems that your father's injuries are more serious. Gu Fei said to Marquis Westsea. Marquis Westsea did not say anything. He was feeling very complicated. He did not want to acknowledge this father, but he was really his father. Back then, he had no choice but to end up being exiled for an endless amount of time. By the time he returned, Eternal World had long since changed. Marquis Westsea really could not forgive his father. At that moment, the old dragon waved his right hand, and the ancient palace that had been sent flying by Wang Xian's punch flew back from afar and landed in his hand. That's all for today. If we meet again in the future, we will fight to the death. The old dragon was about to leave after saying that. I didn't agree. You can't leave, Wang Xian said coldly. His shoulder was still bleeding. This kind of injury caused by the eternal great Tao was very difficult to heal. What? Do you want to fight to the death? The old dragon said coldly. Yes, to the death. Wang Xian said and was about to attack. However, the old dragon had already disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace in an instant. This guy fled many times faster than a rabbit. At the same time, in the sky above the sea millions of miles away, a figure walked out of the void. He staggered and almost fell from the sky. This person was the old dragon. Chapter 4763. The battle between Wang Xian and the West Sea Elder Dragon finally came to an end. This battle shook the heavens and the earth, and it drew the attention of countless experts. However, some of the super old fellows who'd lived for countless years had heavy hearts. Someone who had been exiled from Eternal World had actually returned. Young Eternals might not know who Emperor Xian was, but those super old-timers were well aware of how terrifying Emperor Xian was. Back then, Wang Xian had offended too many people. Due to that, he ended up being exiled from Eternal World. Now that he had returned, however, he would surely settle the score with those who had banished him back then. As for those who had banished him back then, they had either died or disappeared. Only the West Sea Patriarch and a few others remained. It would be very difficult to banish this fellow from Eternal World again. At present, the battle between Wang Xian and the West Sea Patriarch had resulted in both sides suffering from grievous wounds. This had shocked the entire Eternal World. Those who didn't know about Wang Xian were very curious about him, but those who knew about Wang Xian had heavy hearts. This Wang Xian was a killing star of his generation, and the number of powerful beings that had died at his hands in the past was innumerable. In this battle, Wang Xian had been heavily injured. Gu Fei and Marquis Westsea hurriedly returned to West Sea City's Lord's Mansion with Wang Xian and entered the cultivation room. Gu Fei took out a drop of the undying god herb and fed it to Wang Xian. The effects of the immortal godly medicine were amazing. Wang Xian's external injuries were quickly healed, but the great Tao injuries had to be slowly healed by himself. This kind of eternal-level great Tao injury was not something that could be healed by immortal divine medicines. Marquis West Sea's cultivation was far inferior to West Sea Old Dragon's. Even an eternal like him could do nothing about the great path injuries that West Sea Old Dragon had inflicted on Wang Xian. Wang Xian went into seclusion. His relationship with the Marquis of West Sea had changed. He was no longer as tense as before. I say, why don't we take advantage of the fact that the West Sea Dragon Clan is injured to completely exterminate the West Sea Dragon Clan? When Gu Fei and Marquis of the West Sea walked out of the Emperor Profound's closed-door training room, Gu Fei suddenly said to Marquis of the West Sea, "What?" The Marquis of the West Sea was stunned when he heard this. "Don't you want to dominate the entire West Ocean?" Gu Fei looked at Marquis of West Sea seriously. "Dominate?" Marquis West Sea's eyes lit up. The West Sea was currently ruled by three major factions: West Spirit Island, the Eternal Godly Dynasty, and the West Sea Dragon Clan. The Eternal Divine Dynasty was the weakest of the three major factions in the West Sea, and the strongest faction in the West Sea was the West Sea Dragon Clan. The West Sea Dragon Clan ruled the boundless territory of the West Sea. There were countless powerful creatures in the sea. Once this race was provoked, the consequences would be dire. "TSK, I thought you were a formidable person, but it seems like I was wrong." Gu Fei shook his head and was about to bid farewell to the Marquis of West Sea. "Humph, that's easy for you to say. The West Sea Dragon Clan has ruled over the West Sea for countless years, and their strength is formidable. They have countless prawn soldiers and crab generals. How could they be so easily annihilated?" Marquis Shihai said coldly, "If we work together, we should have a 60% chance of success." Gu Fei muttered, 60%. The Marquis of West Sea was moved. He struggled internally for a while before saying, "All right, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I'll go crazy with you for once. Let's go and discuss how to proceed." Marquis Shihai grabbed Gu Fei's hand and went with him to his residence to discuss the details of the matter. Making a move against the Dragon Clan of the West Sea was no small matter. If he succeeded, then the Marquis of the West Sea would become the overlord of the West Sea. However, if they failed, everything he had painstakingly built up would vanish into thin air. Dominating the West Sea had always been his dream. However, the West Sea Dragon Clan was too powerful, and no one dared to provoke them. He had no choice but to be extremely careful. Old Ancestor. When the old dragon returned to the West Sea Dragon Clan's ancestral land, all the members of the clan were extremely shocked. "There's someone in the West Sea who can hurt our old ancestor." The senior members of the West Sea Dragon Clan were shocked and angry when they saw their old ancestor's blood-stained clothes. Some of them even wanted to avenge him. However, they were stopped by the old dragon. "From today onward, seal the ancestral land." The West Ocean Old Dragon gave the order. What? All the members of the West Sea Dragon Clan were puzzled and confused. What was wrong with their old ancestor? Was he trying to hide from the world by sealing the ancestral land? That was too ridiculous. However, no one dared to disobey the old dragon's order. As a result, all the important figures of the West Sea Dragon Clan returned to the ancestral land. Only a branch of the Dragon Clan was left outside the ancestral land to maintain its rule. The West Sea was huge, and the mineral resources at the bottom of the sea were extremely rich. In particular, the important mineral resources were guarded by the West Sea Dragon Clan's army. But now, all the important figures of the West Sea Dragon Clan had returned to their ancestral land. Once a powerful enemy attacked, the branch forces of the West Sea Dragon Clan would not be able to resist. This was something that could not be helped. The West Sea Dragon clan had existed for a long time. Only their old ancestor was an eternal being, but they also had several quasi-emperors. It had to be said that the old dragon was truly powerful. He could see things clearly. He knew that once the news of his injury spread, the enemies would become restless. The West Sea Dragon clan had many enemies. Sure enough, not long after the West Sea Dragon clan sealed the ancestral land, Gufei and the Marquis of the West Sea made their move. The countless pirates under the Marquis of the West Sea were all brave and ruthless people. They formed a mighty pirate army that directly charged into the outer sea of the West Sea. The war between West Spirit Island and the West Sea Dragon clan had finally erupted. At the bottom of the outer sea of the West Sea, there was an incomparably vast plain. At this moment, countless people had gathered on this plain. These people were divided into two camps. On one side was the vanguard army of West Spirit Island, led by Gufei. On the other side was the Marine Race Army, led by the branch leader of the West Sea Dragon clan, Aole. Kill! Gufei directly ordered. In the next moment, countless figures flashed. Everyone behind him rushed forward at the same time, like an unstoppable torrent sweeping forward. Kill! Aole also raised his arms and shouted. The Marine Race Army behind him also charged forward. The two groups of people instantly collided and fought fiercely. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. As for Gufei, he directly faced Aole. In just one exchange, Aole was punched in the face by Gufei. His face was instantly covered in blood, and even his dragon nose was smashed by Gufei's punch. How is this possible? Aole was both shocked and angry. How could this guy be so strong? Gufei's punch just now made him question his life. At this moment, Gufei charged forward again. Aole was so frightened that he turned and fled. Chapter 4764. Celestial Continent, West Sea, West Spirit Islands Marquis, West Sea finally erupted. He took advantage of the fact that the West Sea Elder Dragon was injured to gather an army and charge into the West Sea. As for the vanguard, led by Gufei, they directly charged out of the open sea and clashed with the Marine Race Army on a plain at the bottom of the sea. However, the Marine Race Army was quickly defeated. The reason was simple. It wasn't because the human race's pirate army was strong, but because the West Sea Dragon race's commander was defeated by Gufei with a single punch. Gufei's punch landed on Aole's face, and Aole's expression instantly changed, as if he had seen a die house. It was incomparably fascinating. After that, there was no more after that. The West Sea Dragon race army was directly defeated by the human race army. They trampled on each other, and there were countless casualties. Boom! The human race's thunder, Tao Paragon, made a move, summoning the 9 heavens divine lightning. 9 balls of lightning descended from the sky, directly breaking through the West Sea surface and blasting the plain at the bottom of the sea. The entire plain at the bottom of the sea boiled. Countless marine race soldiers were instantly struck by the lightning balls and turned into ashes amidst the boundless lightning. This attack directly left 9 huge pits on the plain at the bottom of the sea. The human race's extreme Tao Paragons joined forces and opened up the entire sea. Endless seawater parted in all directions, and everywhere the human army passed, countless marine race corpses were left on the ground. Originally, the marine race's physique was much stronger than the human race's, because the prawn soldiers and crab generals had tough armor on their bodies. Their defense was much stronger than the human race's. Moreover, some of the marine race's bodies were incomparably huge. For example, the chaos whale's descendant, the overlord whale, could open its mouth and swallow an extreme Tao Paragon into its stomach. It could swallow millions of soldiers in one gulp. However, before this overlord whale could even open its mouth was smashed by Gufei with a slap. F***CK, don't you know who our boss is? Is he someone you can eat? A short and fat fellow with the body of a child cursed as he charged forward and directly chopped off the overlord whale's head that was even larger than a mountain. This sea beast was also at the extreme Tao level. Unfortunately, it had encountered Gu Fei, so it was destined to meet a tragic end. The skinny fellow was very ferocious. He actually directly sucked the entire overlord whale's essence blood clean. He did not even let the big fellow's soul go. Old monster Situ, your heaven-devouring technique of mixed elements has become much more powerful. Hee. Seeing how much you've absorbed, you're still the same. You haven't grown up at all. The little being is so fierce. The human race's extreme grade supreme beings roared with laughter. I walk the world with my true face, unlike all of you. All of you either act like sages or have the aura of a bastard. None of you are the original goods. Old monster Situ scolded angrily. Old monster Situ's mouth is still as stinky as ever. He ate a lot and didn't brush his teeth, so naturally his mouth stinks. Look, he ate such a big overlord whale. Everyone started to tease old monster Situ again. Damn it, you bunch of old bastards still have the nerve to talk about me. Your table manners are much uglier than mine. These extreme grade supreme beings were all devouring the essence chi of other living beings. The thunder Tao supreme being opened his mouth and inhaled. Wisps of essence chi rushed out of the dead marine clan corpses and were all devoured by him. The other extreme grade supreme beings did the same. It belongs to whoever killed it. It's up to your own ability. Very good. The 4 extreme grade supreme beings directly attacked the defeated West Sea Dragon Race army. In an instant, the Marine clan suffered even more casualties. These were 4 extreme grade supreme beings who were even more devilish than demons. Gu Fei no longer attacked. He was on guard against the opponent's Eternal Realm experts. Although the West Sea Dragon Race only had 1 Eternal Realm expert, the West Sea Dragon Race was so big. There were definitely other Eternal Realms present. The West Sea Dragon Race and the Marquis of the West Sea were definitely not the only Eternal Realm experts. It was hard to guarantee that no other Eternal Realm experts had joined the West Sea Dragon Race or allied with the West Sea Dragon Race. With Gu Fei's current cultivation base, as long as he didn't encounter a freakish Eternal Realm expert like the West Sea Dragon Race, he wouldn't be afraid. If he encountered a freak like the West Sea Dragon Race, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. If he encountered other Eternal Realm experts, even if he couldn't beat them, he could still escape. At the same time, Gu Fei was still staring at Aole. He and the Marquis of the West Sea had long received news that the West Sea Dragon Race had sealed off their ancestral land. No one knew where their ancestral land was. Gu Fei wanted to see where Aole would escape to. When this guy reached a dead end and had nowhere to go, he would definitely escape to his ancestral land to save his life. That way, he might be able to find the ancestral land of the West Sea Dragon Race. Therefore, Gu Fei transmitted a message to his 4 extreme grade supreme beings, telling them not to harm Aole's life and to let him escape. Aole didn't care so much. Gu Fei's previous punch had already scared him out of his wits. Just as the West Sea Dragon Race army was about to be annihilated, shocking battle cries suddenly came from the horizon. Countless figures of the oceanic tribe emerged on the horizon. Rumble! One overlord whale after another leaped out of the sea and smashed down like a mountain, creating endless splashes. Haha! Seeing this scene, Aole, who had been running for his life, immediately rushed toward the oceanic tribe army that had suddenly appeared. This is, standing high in the sky. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. This time, the oceanic tribe army that had suddenly appeared was overwhelming. There were just too many of them. Haha, let's kill to our heart's content today. The 4 extreme grade supreme beings on Gu Fei's side also laughed loudly. However, this time, Gu Fei wasn't so optimistic because he sensed 3 powerful auras, especially those overlord whales. There were actually 6 of them, and each one was at the extreme grade supreme being level. Soon, the faces of old Monster Situ and the others changed. Who said just now that we're killing to our heart's content? Old Monster Situ shouted. The other extreme grade, supreme beings looked embarrassed. They had been slapped in the face. What goes around comes around. Now, it was probably their turn to run for their lives. However, they didn't dare to move because their boss, Gu Fei, hadn't moved yet. This boss was very powerful. He could beat them all to the ground with one hand and torture them to death. Even the fiercest old monster, Situ, didn't dare to run now. Although the Oceanic Tribe Army was terrifying in his opinion, Gu Fei was equally terrifying. At this time, the Oceanic Tribe Army that had suddenly appeared had already arrived. In the sky and the sea, there were countless figures of sea beasts everywhere. A general, riding a sea dragon, rushed to the forefront of the Oceanic Tribe Army. This guy was wearing battle armor and holding a trident. He split the water channel and directly killed his way to the human race army. Countless humans were frightened when they saw the scene. Half-Step Eternal Realm. Chapter 47, 65. The Sea Clan army under the command of the West Sea Dragon Clan also arrived, which made Gu Fei happy. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he only needed one more step to step into the Half-Step Eternal Realm. Devouring ordinary essence chi wouldn't help his cultivation much, but the essence chi of a Half-Step Eternal Realm creature was different. For him, this was an immortal divine medicine. In fact, extreme Tao Supremes were known to be immortal. If an extreme Tao Supreme hid in a remote place and didn't show up, they could theoretically live until the end of the world. Therefore, the reason why extreme Tao Supremes died was because they courted death. The reason was simple. If they didn't court death, they wouldn't die. The same was true for Half-Step Eternal Realm creatures. They were stronger than extreme Tao Supremes and had touched the edge of the Eternal Realm. However, this peerless Half-Step Eternal Realm sea monster didn't know that he was going to die today, and he would die miserably. Gu Fei was a little curious. If this guy knew that he was going to die, would he still lead the Sea Clan army to kill him? Anyone who dares to offend the West Sea Dragon prestige will die. The peerless sea monster roared, and the terrifying sound waves seemed to explode the void. Many of the surrounding Sea Clan members were shaken to the ground. This peerless sea monster didn't look very good. He had already transformed into a human form, with muscles all over his body. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he held a trident in his hand. He was riding on a sea dragon as huge as a mountain ridge, riding the wind and breaking the waves. If he appeared in a human city, he would inevitably cause countless screams. Boss, the expressions of old Monster Situ and the others changed drastically. This guy hadn't even reached them yet, but the terrifying pressure that covered the sky and covered the earth was already pressing down on them to the point of suffocation. Not only old Monster Situ, but even the other extreme Tao experts also wanted to retreat. Not to mention the other extreme Tao experts in the Sea Clan army. Just this Half-Step Eternal Realm guy alone could kill them all. TCH, what West Sea Dragon prestige? Gu Fei didn't even bother to say anything. He just threw a punch at the Half-Step Eternal Realm guy who was rushing towards him. Boom! The next moment, the entire sea surface was split in half by his fist force. Splitting the sea with a single punch, this scene was extremely shocking. Even the 4 extreme grade supremes behind Gu Fei were dumbfounded. What? The general of the West Sea Dragon Clan who was leading the army was shocked. He raised the trident in his hand, and in the next moment, a beam of light shot out from the trident. Boom! The 2 forces collided with each other in an instant, and the resulting shock waves spread out in all directions. A huge waterless space appeared on the surface of the sponge. Seeing such a scene, the Sea Tribe army that was charging over like a tidal wave immediately stopped. Countless Sea Tribe soldiers were terrified. All right, the Sea Race general roared. His roar was like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Good my ass! It was rare for Gu Fei to run into a decent opponent, so he took a step forward. This was a technique he had created back when he was in the Eternal Stratum. It was called Heaven Treading Steps. He instantly appeared in the sky above the sea dragon, standing on top of the general, and stomped his foot down. Rumble! As soon as Gu Fei's foot landed, the entire world shook. Kill! The general roared. He switched the trident to his left hand, and then punched out with his right fist. The violent fist force brought endless seawater with it. This was the pure power of water that was attracted by this peerless sea tribe great demon, and it madly gathered towards him. Half-step, eternal realm. With a single thought, the whole world seemed to be bursting with water spiritual energy. All living beings retreated in fear. Boom! The fist and the foot collided. This time, the energy fluctuations that erupted were several times stronger and more violent than the previous time. The sea within a radius of thousands of miles turned into a vacuum. Even the seabed at the bottom of the sea was exposed. A small number of sea tribe soldiers who were relatively close were affected and directly torn to pieces by the violent energy storm. The extreme grade supremes of the sea tribe hurriedly joined hands to block the mighty and terrifying storm. In front of the human army, on Gu Fei's side, Old Monster Situ and the other 3 human race supremes also joined hands to form a shield, enveloping the human army. In fact, in a battle of this level, it was meaningless to compete in numbers. If it weren't for this peerless sea tribe, great demon blocking Gu Fei alone could have wiped out this endless sea tribe army. It was actually very simple to decide the outcome of a battle. All they needed to do was kill the leader of the other side. Therefore, both the human army and the sea tribe army were watching the battle. Boom! At this time, the sea tribe great demon and the sea dragon under his feet directly smashed into the seabed, causing the entire seabed to shake violently. And Gu Fei was also sent flying high into the sky by the other side's punch. How is this possible? The peerless sea tribe great demon roared and soared into the sky from the seabed. He stared at the human in the sky in disbelief. The other party's cultivation was only at the extreme grade realm. How could he block his punch? One had to know that an existence at the half-step eternal realm could easily bully an extreme grade supremacy. The peerless sea tribe great demon could slap an ordinary extreme grade supremacy to death with a single slap. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei had already exceeded the sea tribe great demon's understanding. In front of me, nothing is impossible, Gu Fei said and took another step forward. Again, when the peerless sea tribe great demon saw Gu Fei take another step, he immediately lost his composure. However, although he knew what would happen in the next moment, he couldn't avoid it, because Gu Fei's speed was too fast, so fast that even a half-step eternal existence like him couldn't avoid it. Boom! The peerless sea tribe great demon was trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and smashed into the seabed again. At this time, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Boss really isn't just any ordinary kind of awesome. He's simply too awesome. Old Monster Situ was speechless. The 4 supremacies of the human race were all ruthless characters. They obeyed Marquis West Sea because he was an eternal sovereign. It wasn't a big deal for them to obey someone stronger than them. When Marquis West Sea asked them to obey Gu Fei, the 4 of them immediately objected. They were all extreme grade supremacies, so why should they listen to him and be ordered around by him? Then Gu Fei challenged the 4 of them alone, and then there was no then. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they were still beaten up by Gu Fei, especially Old Monster Situ, who was pinned to the ground by Gu Fei. Naturally, these fellows behaved themselves. But now, when they saw Gu Fei suppress the peerless sea tribe great demon at the half-step eternal realm, they were really scared. Chapter 47:66. Above the outer West Sea, the human clan army and the sea clan army were confronting each other. Both camps were watching and waiting for the result of the battle between Gu Fei and the peerless sea demon AOG. On the human clan side, there were only 4 extreme grade supremes, including Old Monster Situ. However, there were 13 extreme grade supremes in the Sea Clan army. It could be said that the Sea Clan army had the absolute upper hand. Once the battle started, they could be directly defeated by the other party at any time. The Sea Clan army did not dare to act rashly. At this time, Gu Fei was fighting the peerless sea demon. They fought from the ground to the sky, and then into the star field. In the battle in the starry sky, both Gu Fei and the peerless sea demon were no longer restrained. They fought with all their strength and were evenly matched. But soon, the peerless sea demon AOG was defeated. Gu Fei blasted out a punch and directly blasted the sea dragon under the peerless sea demon into a cloud of blood mist. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Seeing that his mount was killed, AOG was shocked and angry. His eyes turned red, and he directly attacked Gu Fei. So what if I'm angry? Gu Fei sneered. He punched out again and again. His attacks did not seem fast, but no one expected him to block AOG's crazy attack. Well, I don't want to play anymore, Gu Fei said and changed his fist technique. He directly displayed the extreme breaking fist. Boom! As soon as the extreme breaking fist was unleashed, AOG was directly blown away. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This guy had been fighting for so long, yet he still had strength to spare? Without any suspense, Gu Fei completely defeated AOG. He directly stepped on this guy from the starry sky and directly smashed a huge pit on the ground. The peerless sea demon's body was torn apart, and the blood of a half-step Eternal Realm expert dyed the entire seabed red. A ball of resplendent, demonic light wrapped around a tiny figure as it soared into the sky. Within the demonic light, the tiny figure was terrified to the extreme. It was the primordial spirit of a peerless sea monster. Gu Fei directly opened his mouth and inhaled. The ball of demonic light that enveloped the peerless sea monster's soul was directly swallowed by him. He even licked his lips as if he had not had enough. Haha, boss is mighty! Boss is mighty! Old Monster Situ and the others were pleasantly surprised when they saw the scene. At this moment, Gu Fei made a grabbing motion with his right hand. A fist-sized inner core flew up from the seabed and was caught by him. After Gu Fei came to the West Sea, he realized that the cultivation methods of the sea demons here were different. Not only did they cultivate their essence souls, but they also cultivated their inner cores. They had 2 essence souls. He took a closer look and saw that there was a faint shadow inside the inner core. He could sense that there was a life being nurtured inside the inner core. As long as this inner core was not refined, this peerless sea demon had hope of being reborn. However, it was a pity that this fellow met Gu Fei. He was destined to be a tragedy. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Fei actually ate the inner elixir. Everyone could not believe it. This Gu Fei was too crazy. An inner core was not something that could be eaten casually. If one was not careful, one could be possessed by the inner core. In this way, the peerless sea demon would quickly rise again and return to its peak. Just when everyone was dumbfounded, another powerful aura suddenly erupted from Gu Fei's body. Haha, stupid human, I want this body of yours. A shadow emerged from Gu Fei's body. What I was afraid of really happened. That's the inner core of a half-step eternal expert. Can it be eaten casually? The legs of Old Monster Situ and the others trembled. They were scared out of their wits. They almost ran for their lives. Once Gu Fei's soul was devoured by this peerless sea demon AOG and his body was refined, they would be dead meat. Let's run. The 4 extreme Taoists of the human clan secretly communicated with their divine will. Let's wait and see. Celestial Master Thunderous, one of the 4 extreme Taoists, stared at Gu Fei in the distance and said in a deep voice. Celestial Master Thunderous was a super antique who had lived for countless years. His cultivation had reached the peak of the extreme Taoist, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the half-step eternal realm. However, it was precisely this one step that had troubled him for countless years. He had never been able to find the opportunity to take this step, and this caused him to be extremely depressed. This peerless sea demon Aog had reached the Tao tens of thousands of years later than him. But this guy had already broken through to the half-step eternal realm. The reason why Celestial Master Thunderous turned to the Marquis of the West Sea was to take this crucial step. Since Celestial Master Thunderous had spoken, naturally no one dared to say no. Even the unruly old monster Situ had to behave in front of Celestial Master Thunderous. Which of the 4 extreme Taoists of the West Sea had not been beaten by Celestial Master Thunderous? Celestial Master Thunderous' prestige among the human clan of the West Sea was second only to the Marquis of the West Sea, although old monster Situ and the others wanted nothing more than to run for their lives. With Celestial Master Thunderous around, they really did not dare to do so. At this time, Ao Lei, who had taken over Aog's position as the commander of the Sea Clan army, was about to lead the army to flee. However, when he saw Gu Fei's situation, he decided not to run. "Ha, very good." Ao Lei laughed. Aog had a chance to turn defeat into victory, and the chance was very big. Although this human was strong, he should not have swallowed Aog's spirit and then swallowed Aog's inner core. There was an inseparable connection between the spirit and the inner core. Once the spirit and the inner core fused, it would erupt with unimaginable power. In Ao Lei's opinion, this human was simply courting death. Aog was at least 70% sure that he could swallow this human spirit and seize his body. "You want to swallow my spirit? You think too much." Gu Fei smiled and sat down in the void. A moment later, the power of the 2 spirit essences surged and clashed in his body. Using his body as a battlefield, they started fighting. As a result, Gu Fei's physical body was suffering. However, his physical body was a true eternal body, so it was impossible for it to suffer too much damage. When the 2 powers collided in his body, it was inevitable that his internal organs would be affected. "What? You are an eternal being?" Very soon, Aog felt that something was wrong. The body of an extreme-level expert could not possibly withstand the power of a half-step eternal being. Hence, Aog was terrified. This guy had been pretending to be weak all along? Aog almost went crazy at the thought of this. He desperately wanted to rush out of Gu Fei's body. However, Gu Fei had already sealed his eternal body. His eternal body had now become a prison for Aog. No matter how much Aog tried, he could not break out of this prison. "Ha! Be obedient and let me refine you." Chapter 4767. Eternal World, Celestial Continent, above the Outer West Sea. Gu Fei was fighting against the half-step eternal realm peerless sea monster Aog. Aog was naturally no match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei brutally crushed him. In the end, Gu Fei stomped him to the seabed, and his peerless sea monster body was torn apart. Of course, it was definitely not an easy task to kill an existence like the peerless sea monster that had already surpassed the extreme grade. However, who was Gu Fei? It was not as if he had never killed an eternal realm existence before. Moreover, this guy was just a half-step eternal realm existence. At this time, Gu Fei used his own body as a cage, trapping the peerless sea monster Aog's primordial spirit inside his body, and then refining it. "Damn it, you want to refine me? Dream on." Aog's primordial spirit struggled inside Gu Fei's body, but it could not break out. That was because Gu Fei's martial body was a genuine eternal martial body. Once he sealed his martial body, the peerless sea monster's primordial spirit trapped inside his martial body would not be able to escape, unless Gu Fei showed mercy and let him go. However, that was impossible. For Gu Fei, the peerless sea monster Aog's primordial spirit was more useful than immortal medicine. After refining this peerless sea monster, Gu Fei's cultivation would most likely recover to the half-step eternal realm. Therefore, Gu Fei could not let this guy go. This is not a dream. I used to be an eternal one. Do you think you can beat me? Gu Fei was very happy. At this time, his primordial spirit punched again and shattered the other's primordial spirit. However, the peerless sea monster's primordial spirit instantly reassembled and recovered. However, although this guy's primordial spirit could be reassembled, the power of his primordial spirit was constantly weakening. AOG was horrified to find that the other party's body was automatically absorbing the power of his primordial spirit, which was definitely not a good thing for him. Although the other party's body only absorbed a small part of his primordial spirit, the power of his primordial spirit was actually weakening. His opponent could exhaust him to death. The peerless sea monster AOG was anxious. Break! The primordial spirit of the peerless sea monster roared and turned into a battle spear that pierced through Gu Fei's martial body. The primordial spirit battle spear fiercely collided with Gu Fei's eternal martial body, but it instantly collapsed and turned into specks of primordial spirit light. A small portion of the essence soul light was directly devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. Most of the essence soul light gathered again, turning into the peerless sea demon. How tragic! At this time, the peerless sea monster was finally moved. I'll take my time with you. After saying that, Gu Fei's primordial spirit actually returned to the Naiwen Palace between his eyebrows. He was not going to play with this fellow anymore. Damn it! The peerless sea demon was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. The consequences of making a mistake were very serious. The peerless sea monster originally wanted to devour Gu Fei's primordial spirit and occupy Gu Fei's body to be reborn. However, he never expected that Gu Fei was once an eternal being and that his body was actually an eternal Tao body. Then, this exceptionally intelligent and peerless sea monster met a tragedy. You four idiots, what are you waiting for? Are you watching a show? Hurry up and kill these guys for me. Gu Fei roared at the four extreme grade sovereigns under him. Boss is the boss. He actually refined AOG. Old Monster Situ and the others were all surprised and delighted. Set up the Heaven Punishment Formation. Extreme Heavenly Lord Thunderclap roared, and the countless human race soldiers behind him immediately moved. Huge flags with murderous intent rose from the army, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted. As the countless soldiers moved quickly, a killing formation that could even destroy the heavens appeared between heaven and earth. Don't panic. That guy definitely can't refine old ancestor AOG. AO Lei roared angrily. Set up the all-destructive formation. AO Lei ordered. The West Sea Dragon Clan's super battle formation was called the all-destructive formation. No matter what it was, as long as it was alive, as long as it broke into the all-destructive formation, it would only end up with one end: destruction of both body and soul. The West Sea Dragon Clan had relied on this battle formation to dominate the West Sea and become the #1 force in the West Sea. Even the Eternal Divine Dynasty and Marquis West Sea of West Spirit Island were suppressed by the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas, which made Marquis West Sea very depressed. Kill! Extreme Heavenly Lord Thunderclap ordered. The Heaven Punishment Formation that the human race army had set up was immediately activated, and then directly obliterated the enemy. Wherever it passed, the void trembled. Kill! AOG also controlled the all-destructive formation and met the human race's killing formation head-on. Boom! The two killing formations collided in an instant. Then countless human soldiers and oceanic soldiers were instantly turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed in an instant. This was a battle between killing formations. The two killing formations kept colliding and obliterating each other. The direct result was the destruction of the bodies and souls of countless living beings. In the eternal world, the strong preyed on the weak. There was no room for mercy. Merciful people were not suited to survive in the eternal world. Sooner or later, they would be devoured by others. In the eternal world, if one wanted to survive, one had to be ruthless. Therefore, both camps were fighting with all their might. However, there were more than a dozen extreme grade supremes in the Oceanic Race Army. In this way, the power of the Oceanic Race's peerless killing formation was naturally stronger. Soon, the human race could not hold on any longer. "Boss, we can't hold on any longer." Old Monster Situ shouted at Gufei, "What a bunch of F***king trash." Gufei cursed and attacked. His palm blasted toward the Oceanic Race's great formation. Boom! Violent power erupted and shook the all-extermination killing formation of the Oceanic Race. Countless members of the Oceanic Race were shattered within the killing formation and turned into a mist of blood. Although Gufei could attack, there was a scourge within his body. The primordial spirit of the peerless Oceanic Race was still there. Extreme Breaking Fist. Gufei gritted his teeth and unleashed an eternal technique. Rumble! An earth-shaking fist force erupted from Gufei's fist. With just one strike, it broke the Oceanic Race's killing formation and killed countless members of the Oceanic Race. The Oceanic Race's killing formation was actually formed by countless soldiers of the Oceanic Race. Once the soldiers suffered heavy casualties, the power of the killing formation would constantly weaken. Kill, kill, kill! The eyes of the 4 human race supremes turned red. They controlled the Heaven Punishment Formation and charged into the enemy's all-extermination killing formation. They went on a rampage and killed until blood flowed like a river. Countless corpses lay on the ground as they mercilessly reaped countless lives. What? When Aole saw that he was about to be defeated, he actually slipped away again and directly slipped away. At the same time, the Marquis of the West Sea personally led another human race army to kill their way to an ancient city at the bottom of the sea and surrounded it. Chapter 4768. The West Sea Dragon City was an extremely ancient underwater dragon city of the West Sea Dragon tribe. This place actually had another name, the West Sea Dragon Palace. Although it was an ancient city, the entire seabed was filled with palaces and pavilions. There were no tall city walls, but a huge light barrier enveloped the entire underwater city. There was not a single drop of water inside the light barrier. The entire light barrier blocked the endless seawater outside. The inside was neither humid nor dry. There were even figures of the human race here, and there were underwater plants everywhere. A ball of divine light hung in the sky above the city. It was this sun-like ball of divine light that illuminated the entire West Sea Dragon City and the area around it. At this moment, countless human armies arrived outside the ancient city of the West Sea Dragon tribe. The person leading this army was the Marquis of the West Sea. Marquis of the West Sea, what are you trying to do? Just as the Marquis of the West Sea soldiers surrounded the West Sea Dragon City, an old man holding a walking stick walked out of the city. There were 2 ancestral dragon horns on his forehead. At first glance, this old man did not emit any aura that a cultivator should have. However, even the Marquis of the West Sea didn't dare to underestimate this old man. This was because this old man was the city lord of the West Sea Dragon City, Ao Taishu. At the same time, he was also an extremely senior elder of the West Sea Dragon tribe. The other members of the West Sea Dragon tribe had already hidden in the ancestral land, but he remained in the West Sea Dragon City. He wanted to live and die with the West Sea Dragon City. There were not many members of the West Sea Dragon tribe who stayed with Ao Taishu. However, they were all pro-war and would fight to the death with the Marquis of the West Sea. Haha, Ao Taishu, I think you should surrender obediently. This way, you can protect the lives of all the creatures in the West Sea Dragon City. The Marquis of the West Sea laughed. Humph, if you want to fight, then fight. You want us to surrender. In your dreams. Right at this moment, a furious roar resounded from within the Dragon City of the West Ocean. After that, countless figures charged out from within the city. It was an army of the Oceanic race, and they formed a dense mass that blotted out the sky above the Dragon City. This oceanic tribe army was definitely no less than 1 million people. A towering, murderous aura instantly filled every inch of the void. The marine race army rose into the sky and confronted the Marquis army. Leading the Sea Clan army were 3 West Sea Dragon Clan powerhouses who were wearing battle armor and holding Dao artifacts. Each of them was at the extreme grade realm. West Sea Dragon City's city, Lord Ao Taishu, was a half-step eternal existence. Ha! What a joke! Do you think you can stop me? The Marquis of West Sea laughed. He was an eternal, a true eternal. To put it bluntly, he could kill Ao Taishu, a half-step eternal fellow, with a single slap. As for the other sea folk, Marquis West Sea could annihilate them with a flick of his finger. Could it be that this Ao Taishu is stupid? He actually dares to fight with me? Ancestral sacrifice artifact. Ao Taishu suddenly roared furiously. In the next moment, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly resounded from the West Sea Dragon City, and then a figure charged out from within the city. Powerful, eternal-level power fluctuations erupted from this figure. This is... The Marquis of West Sea was taken aback. As the figure approached, it turned out to be a humanoid figure covered in a layer of black metal. Only power, no life imprint. The Marquis of West Sea was even more shocked. Marquis of West Sea, to be able to die under the ancestral artifact of my clan's progenitor, your life has not been in vain. Ao Taishu stared the Marquis of West Sea and said, "Boom!" Before the Marquis of West Sea could speak, Ao Taishu's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. This bloody mist directly enveloped the humanoid figure. The bloody mist strangely seeped into the humanoid ancestral artifact. Buzz! The humanoid ancestral artifact suddenly shook. Then, 2 bloody lights shot out from its pupils. This humanoid ancestral artifact seemed to have awakened its spiritual wisdom. Clan Elder! The 3 Dragon Clan powerhouses were filled with grief and indignation. Although this ancestral artifact was powerful, it had a fatal flaw. In order to use it, one had to perform a blood sacrifice. And after the blood sacrifice, the person who performed the blood sacrifice was doomed. Ao Taishu was doomed. But before he died, he had obtained a powerful eternal power. This way, he would have a chance to kill the Marquis of West Sea in a certain amount of time. While Ao Taishu was using the ancestral Dao tool in the outer sea of the West Sea, another human army, led by Gu Fei, formed the Heaven Punishing Formation and destroyed the all-exterminating formation of the Sea Clan of the West Sea. As soon as Ao Taishu saw that the situation was turning for the worse, he immediately slipped away, leaving countless members of the Western Sea to fend for themselves. Haha, you're actually risking your lives for this guy? How laughable. Empyrean Thunder Peak laughed heartily as he attacked. Countless members of the Western Sea collapsed under his hands. Countless strands of essence energy gathered towards him and were directly devoured by him. We are willing to surrender. A member of the Western Sea roared in terror. Surrender? It's too late. The 4 human supremes were already in a killing frenzy, and there was no way they would stop. Moreover, the essence energy of the Western Sea tribe was more useful to them than any immortal divine medicine. There was no suspense. Even though the Western Sea tribe had more than a dozen extreme grade life forms, there were still not enough, because Gu Fei could kill them all by himself. The extreme grade life forms of the Western Sea tribe were also fleeing for their lives. Of the 6 extreme grade overlord whales, 2 escaped and 4 died in battle. Blood stained the sky and the earth, and the smell of blood was pungent. A few other extreme grade life forms of the Western Sea tribe also escaped, and the rest died in battle. The army, led by Gu Fei, achieved a complete victory. Soon, the remaining Western Sea tribe were all killed. This battle had a profound impact on the future situation of the West Sea. It directly caused the strength of the Western Sea tribe to plummet, and the Western Sea tribe began to decline from its peak. After receiving the news, the Eternal Divine Dynasty also sent an army into the West Sea and occupied many of the territories that belonged to the Western Sea Dragon tribe. Whether or not Marquis West Sea could destroy the entire Western Sea Dragon tribe, the humans would be the main characters of the West Sea from now on. At this time, Gu Fei was also gradually refining Aog's primordial spirit in his body. No one dared to disturb him. The human soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Some of the Dao weapons used by the Western Sea tribe were not bad, so the humans who cleaned up the battlefield could at least make a small profit. Just as Gu Fei was refining Aog's primordial spirit in his body, Marquis West Sea and the ancestral Dao weapon of the Western Sea Dragon tribe were engaged in a fierce battle. So powerful! Marquis West Sea was extremely shocked. The ancestral Dao weapon of the Western Sea Dragon tribe was indeed powerful and could not be underestimated. Chapter 47-69. The West Sea Dragon clan actually left an ancestral weapon in the West Sea Dragon City. At the critical moment of life and death, the West Sea Dragon clan's clan elder Ao Taishu paid the price of his life to fully activate the power of the ancestral weapon. His essence, spirit, flesh, and blood were all devoured by this ancestral weapon. He used his immortal divine sense to control this ancestral weapon and directly fought with Marquis West Sea. The West Sea Dragon clan's ancestral weapon in human form was actually a battle avatar, and an eternal level battle avatar at that. It was definitely not easy to use this eternal level battle avatar. Moreover, once one used their own blood essence to activate this battle avatar, there's only one end for them, and that was the destruction of both body and soul. This was the price. Therefore, after this battle, whether he won or lost, Ao Taishu was doomed. He naturally wanted to drag Marquis West Sea down with him. But who was Marquis West Sea? He was an eternal sovereign. Wanting to kill him was definitely not an easy task. Boom! Bang! The dull sound of collision shook heaven and earth. Two figures moved rapidly in the void, constantly colliding, causing the void to tremble. If it weren't for the light shield covering the entire West Sea Dragon City, just the aura that erupted from these two powerhouses would be enough to annihilate all the living beings in the West Sea Dragon City. At this time, Marquis West Sea's army had already retreated far away, while the Sea Race army hid behind the light shield. Even so, whether it was the humans or the Sea Race, they were all trembling with fear. This battle concerned the survival of the West Sea Dragon City. Whether it was Ao Taishu or the other dragons, they were all unafraid of death. They were determined to perish together with the invading enemy, just as Marquis West Sea battled Ao Taishu. In the West Sea, above the outer sea, a figure sat cross-legged in the void, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. One after another, Dao patterns appeared and intertwined on Gu Fei's body and then dissipated into the void. This cycle never stopped. In the void, there seemed to be the sound of the great Dao lingering around. When the four extreme Dao Supremes saw this scene from afar, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. This Gu Fei was trying to break through to the half-step eternal realm. Once he succeeded, he would become much stronger. The four Supremes of the human race would never be able to surpass Gu Fei. Gu Fei had devoured a lot of eternal level power. His cultivation had long reached a bottleneck. At this time, his Dao was recovering. In less than half a day, Gu Fei felt as if something in his body had been broken. Then he felt as if the clouds had parted and he could see the blue sky. His essence, chi, and spirit had all reached a higher realm. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst from his body. The great path rumbled as if it was about to descend. Finally, Gu Fei let out a long sigh of relief. He was very excited. His cultivation had finally broken through to the half-step eternal realm. He was completely different now. At this moment, he felt the restrictive spell that the mysterious woman had planted on him back in the Hidden Dragon Mountains. "Break for me! Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly obliterated the restrictive spell. He didn't want to be controlled by others. In the distant Lijiao, the mysterious woman who was looking for trouble with the Thunder Dao ancestor suddenly sensed something, but then the feeling disappeared. Good heavens, he actually obliterated my restrictive spell? The mysterious woman was also helpless. She was now very far away from the West Sea of the Celestial Continent. That guy got lucky. The mysterious woman was still looking for the Thunder Dao ancestor to settle the score. Let's go find Marquis of the West Sea. Gu Fei stood up from the void and then called out to the 4 extreme Dao Supremes. At this time, the human race army had already cleaned up the battlefield, and then the 4 extreme Dao Supremes took them into their inner worlds. Congratulations on reaching the half-step eternal realm, boss. Congratulations on your great cultivation progress, boss. Old Freak Situ and the others hurried forward to congratulate him. Okay, let's go, Gu Fei said and directly rushed in the direction of the West Sea Dragon City, soon disappearing at the end of the horizon. Swoosh! At this time, in the sky above the West Sea Dragon City, a destructive saber light rushed out from the hands of the Marquis of West Sea. The saber light instantly soared for thousands of miles, ruthlessly slashing towards the humanoid battle avatar. Clang! The divine saber in the hands of the Marquis of West Sea ruthlessly struck the battle avatar. However, in the next moment, the Marquis of West Sea's expression changed greatly. He saw that his saber had struck the opponent, but the opponent was only sent flying. The place where the saber struck was not even left a mark. What material is this battle avatar made of? The Marquis of West Sea was incomparably shocked. This was simply an enemy that couldn't be killed. This made the Marquis of West Sea feel like he didn't know where to start. Again, the Marquis of West Sea roared. The divine saber in his hands seemed to have come to life, slashing towards the battle avatar again. The result was the same. This battle avatar, left behind by the dragon race's ancestor, was truly very strong. It actually seemed to have no flaws at all. Race Elder. When the experts of the dragon race in the West Sea Dragon City saw the scene in the sky, they felt a mixture of grief and anger. This was a race elder using his life to fight against the invading enemy. Just when Marquis of West Sea was at a loss of what to do and was flustered by the eternal level battle avatar, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It's you? You came just in time. Let's join forces and kill him. When Marquis of West Sea saw who it was, he immediately became overjoyed. The person who descended from the sky was none other than Gu Fei. Your cultivation! Marquis of West Sea was taken aback, and then stared at Gu Fei. Half-step eternal. This guy actually cultivated to the half-step eternal realm. How long has it been? Marquis of West Sea was truly frightened by Gu Fei. This guy's cultivation speed was simply unimaginable. What's going on? Gu Fei glanced at Marquis of West Sea and said, Kill. The battle avatar suddenly rushed towards Gu Fei. Courting death. Gu Fei didn't even think and directly punched out. Boom! The 2 fists collided in an instant, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. 2 tyrannical forces erupted, and the 2 figures were sent flying back. Battle avatar, and an eternal level 1 at that. Gu Fei was extremely shocked, but then he went crazy. This battle avatar was not bad. If he could refine it, wouldn't he have another trump card? However, this battle avatar seemed to have an owner. Kill. Gu Fei didn't care about dodging anymore and directly rushed forward. His cultivation had just broken through to the half-step eternal realm, and he needed a big battle to consolidate his cultivation. However, Ao Taishu, who was possessing the battle avatar, was extremely depressed. One Marquis of West Sea was already hard enough to deal with, and now there was another freak. How could he fight them? It seemed that West Sea Dragon City was about to fall. Hurry up! Don't sacrifice yourself in vain. Ao Taishu directly sent a sound transmission to the dragon inside the light shield. No. Chapter 4770. After refining the essence spirit of AOG, a half-step eternal expert, Gu Fei's cultivation finally broke through to the half-step eternal realm. After breaking through, he immediately rushed to West Sea Dragon City and met up with Marquis West Sea. They joined forces to fight the eternal level battle avatar. Marquis West Sea couldn't even deal with him, and now Gu Fei had arrived. Ao Taishu, the West Sea Dragon Clan elder who was attached to the eternal war puppet, immediately felt a great deal of pressure. Let's go, I can't hold on much longer. Ao Taishu's anxious divine sense came from the eternal battle puppet. Clan elder! Under the protection of the light barrier, the two West Sea Dragon race generals were shocked, angry, and sad at the same time. Their West Sea Dragon race dominated the West Sea. Who would dare to attack them? Yet now, not only had the enemy come knocking on their door, but their Western Sea Dragon clan was also no match for the enemy. The only thing they could do was flee for their lives. This was really too sad. However, Gu Fei and Marquis of the West Sea didn't care that much. Their priority was to conquer the West Sea Dragon City. As long as they conquered the West Sea Dragon City, it would mean that the West Sea Dragon clan's influence in the West Sea would completely collapse. From then on, the West Sea Dragon clan would become a thing of the past. Moreover, after defeating the West Sea Dragon clan, Marquis West Sea's West Spirit Island would practically dominate the West Sea. In the past, the Marquis of West Sea wouldn't even have dared to dream of dominating the West Sea. But now his dream was about to come true. Marquis West Sea was very grateful to Gu Fei. If it weren't for Gu Fei, he wouldn't have dared to take the first step to conquer the West Sea. Trying to escape, Gu Fei and Marquis of the West Sea attacked fiercely, forcing the eternal battle puppet to retreat continuously. However, it stubbornly stood in front of the light barrier, unwilling to give way no matter what. Clan elder! The two experts of the West Sea Dragon clan were on the verge of tears. Let's go. I'm just a bag of old bones, so it doesn't matter if I die. As long as you're alive, our West Sea Dragon clan will have hope. Ao Taishu roared at the two experts of the West Sea Dragon clan inside the light shield. Let's go. Clan elder, we will definitely avenge you. The two experts from the Dragon clan from the West Sea joined forces to bring out a Dao artifact to collect the Ocean clan army into the Dao artifact. Next, they crushed a teleportation talisman in their hands. The two experts of the West Sea Dragon clan disappeared. You can go on your way. Gu Fei finally got serious. He struck out with the ultimate breaking fist, breaking the limit with one punch. His fist force instantly broke through his own limit, reaching a level that even he was afraid of. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei's punch landed on the eternal battle puppet. A shattering sound immediately came from the eternal battle puppet. Cracks appeared on the eternal battle puppet's body one after another, just like a delicate porcelain cracking, as if it would fall apart at any moment. His martial body was a true eternal martial body. The power of the extreme breaking fist was so great that even the Marquis of the West Sea was speechless. How is this possible? Ao Taishu was also shocked to the extreme. This guy actually managed to crack the eternal battle puppet with just his physical body and Taoist body. How powerful was this punch? The great killing weapon left by the ancestor of the Dragon clan of the West Sea was about to be finished. Take another punch. Gu Fei did not hesitate and struck out with the ultimate breaking fist again. Breaking the limit with one punch was an eternal technique that could stimulate the user's full potential in an instant. Bam! The eternal battle puppet was punched again, and more cracks appeared on its body. The power fluctuations emanating from the eternal battle puppet began to weaken, and the internal Dao patterns were impacted. Ao Taishu really could not hold on any longer, and his divine was about to dissipate completely. He used his essence, chi, and spirit as the price to activate the eternal great killing weapon. Whether or not he could kill Gu Fei and the Marquis of the West Sea, Ao Taishu would die. Ao Taishu still wanted to fight desperately. However, at this moment, the Marquis of the West Sea slashed down and directly split the cracked eternal battle puppet in half. At the same time, Ao Taishu's principal spirit attached to the eternal battle puppet was also destroyed. I'm finally going to die. Ao Taishu's divine will completely disappeared. This guy, Gu Fei, and the Marquis of the West Sea could not help but admire him. Ao Taishu was worthy of their respect for dying in battle for his clansmen. They had defeated the West Sea Dragon clan's elder Ao Taishu, but all they got was an empty city. All the Sea Clan creatures in the West Sea Dragon city had fled. An empty city was not bad. Haha! After breaking through the West Sea Dragon city's defensive barrier, the Marquis of the West Sea couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't the West Sea Dragon clan very powerful? Wasn't it the overlord of the West Sea? So what now? Of course, most of the West Sea Dragon clan had already hidden in the West Sea Dragon clan's ancestral land. That was the guarantee that the West Sea Dragon clan could continue to exist. If the Marquis of the West Sea even attacked the West Sea Dragon clan's ancestral land one day, he would have completely defeated the West Sea Dragon clan. The West Sea Dragon clan's influence still existed, and sooner or later, they would come back again. But even so, Marquis of the West Sea was really not afraid of the West Sea Dragon clan. One had to know that the Marquis of the West Sea father and son were both eternal sovereigns. From now on, the West Sea would belong to the Marquis of the West Sea Wang family. However, what made the Marquis of the West Sea very unhappy was that the Eternal Divine Dynasty had taken advantage of the situation and occupied a lot of the West Sea Dragon clan's territory. Does the Eternal Divine Dynasty have a death wish? The Marquis of the West Sea flew into a rage. The Eternal Divine Dynasty used to be one of the three major factions of the Eternal World. However, after the fall of its founder, the Eternal Divine Dynasty quickly declined. However, just when everyone thought that the Eternal Divine Dynasty was done for, no one expected that the Eternal Divine Dynasty would latch onto the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. The Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was a top ancient sect of the Eternal World that had existed for countless years. There were several Eternal Ones in the sect, and the entire sect was extremely powerful. Marquis of the West Sea didn't dare to go against the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. But what about the Eternal Divine Dynasty? If he didn't teach those fellows from the Eternal Divine Dynasty a lesson, they would think that he was a pushover. Then, the Marquis of the West Sea made his move. Marquis West Sea took back all the territory that the Eternal Divine Dynasty had occupied and drove them out of the West Sea. This infuriated the Eternal Divine Dynasty. The problem was that the Eternal Divine Dynasty did not have any Eternal Ones. However, they invited a patriarch of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. The West Lord of the Eternal Divine Dynasty, Hung Tiandao, personally accompanied the patriarch of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect, Wang Hongmeng, to the West Sea. He specifically asked the Marquis of the West Sea to come to a small town on the West Sea to pay a visit to the patriarch. Stop King kidding me. We are all Eternal Ones. Do I need to pay a visit to you? The Marquis of the West Sea ignored the two idiots. What was so great about the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect? Chapter 47-71. At that very moment, West Spirit Island of the Western Sea had two eternal sovereigns. Even if it were to go up against the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect, a peak-level sect from Eternal World, it would still have the confidence to not back down. The Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was one of the top sects in Eternal World. It had eternal sovereigns and as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Now that the Eternal God Dynasty had the support of the Wuji Celestial Sect, even if the sky fell, the people of the Wuji Celestial Dynasty would be there to support them. However, this time, Marquis West Sea actually dared to ignore the ancestor of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect, an Eternal One. He actually didn't go to the small town on the west coast to pay his respects to this Eternal One. This infuriated the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect, Wang Hongming. Since the Marquis of the West Sea doesn't know what's good for him, then we'll just have to fight our way to their door. Wang Hongming's eyes were filled with ferocity. Junior will go and prepare now. After saying that, Hung Tiandao retreated. It didn't take long for the Eternal Divine Dynasty's army to gather in the small town. Banners fluttered in the wind, and the town was bustling with activity. At this moment, Gu Fei had returned to West Spirit Island and went into seclusion. Now that Gu Fei had broken through to the half-step Eternal Realm, he needed to go into seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. Are those two bastards really going to fight? Marquis West Sea was immediately displeased when he received the news. At his command, the army of West Spirit Island assembled and set up a battle formation on the shore, awaiting the arrival of the Eternal Divine Dynasty's army. The renewed war shook the West Sea. This time, the Marquis of the West Sea actually dared to oppose the Eternal Godly Dynasty and the martial extreme immortal sect. This was beyond everyone's expectations. In fact, Marquis West Sea had just taken over the territory of the West Sea Dragon clan. At the same time, he had also taken over a portion of the West Sea Dragon clan's army. At this moment, in the sea outside of West Spirit Island, a huge figure appeared. While Marquis West Sea was setting up his army on West Spirit Island, the Eternal Divine Dynasty's West King Hung Tiandao and the martial extreme immortal sect's Patriarch Wang Hongmeng led an army of 300,000 toward West Spirit Island. Those two idiots! Marquis West Sea was monitoring every move of West King Heng Tiandao and martial extreme immortal sect's ancestor, Wang Hongmeng. When the Marquis of the West Sea found out that those two fellows had actually led an army to kill their way to West Spirit Island, he was immediately delighted. These two fellows didn't even know how to lead an army to fight a battle, yet they actually led an army to kill their way to West Spirit Island. Weren't they just sending themselves to their deaths? However, Marquis West Sea didn't want to fall out with the martial extreme celestial sect until the very last moment. However, if the other party really dared to make a move, then don't blame him for being ruthless. After Marquis West Sea predicted the Eternal Divine Dynasty's army's path of pursuit, he set up a pocket formation for Wang Hongmeng and his subordinates to enter. Marquis, are we really going to go against the martial extreme immortal sect? West Spirit Island, West Sea City, City Lord Residence. Old Monster Situ said to Marquis West Sea, who was sitting on a throne. The martial Zenith immortal sect was one of the strongest forces in Eternal World. The immortal sect had as many experts as the clouds in the sky. How could West Spirit Island be a match for the martial Zenith immortal sect? What are you afraid of? Do you think those eternal sovereigns of the martial extreme immortal sect are that free to take care of these trivial matters? Marquis West Sea said indifferently, neither the Eternal Divine Dynasty nor the martial extreme immortal sect are stupid enough to fight us to the death. Celestial Sovereign, Thunder Peak pondered. Old Thunder Peak is right. The martial extreme immortal sect has enough problems on their own now, Marquis West Sea said. He had received news that the martial extreme immortal sect and the eternal demon sect had clashed. Both sides were in a stalemate, and both sides had suffered casualties. Otherwise, Marquis West Sea wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant as to go against the martial extreme immortal sect. That was because he had already calculated that the martial extreme immortal sect wouldn't dare to go to war with him. That was why he had gone against the Eternal Divine Dynasty and Wang Hongmeng in such a high-profile manner. Marquis West Sea, get out here. Just then, an angry roar sounded from outside the island. The voice spread throughout West Spirit Island. Even Gu Fei, who was in seclusion, heard it. You came pretty fast. Marquis West Sea smiled. Marquis, then we. Old Monster Situ and the others immediately tensed up. An aura that made their hearts palpitate suddenly enveloped the entire West Sea City. All the cultivators were trembling with fear. An Eternal? Gu Fei, who was in seclusion, couldn't help but frown when he sensed the aura. The people from the martial extreme immortal sect had come so quickly. They had come to denounce him so quickly. It was just an eternal. Goof Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with him. A moment later, another Eternal's aura appeared, clashing with the previous Eternal's aura. The two Eternal experts hadn't even met, but they were already fighting across the void. Let's go and meet the Eternal Patriarch of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. Marquis West Sea led Old Monster Situ and the other extreme Daos to the sea. When he arrived at the sea, he looked up and saw countless soldiers standing on the surface of the sea. Their banners fluttered in the wind, and their murderous aura shook heaven and earth. These were the battle-hardened soldiers of the Eternal Divine Dynasty, dispatched by the West King Hung Tiandao. Interesting. Marquis West Sea could tell at a glance that this army was different. They were battle-hardened soldiers who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Every soldier was surrounded by a powerful, murderous aura. This was definitely not something that ordinary soldiers could compare to. I heard that the Eternal Divine Dynasty has a powerful army in the West Sea. Now that I've seen it, it really lives up to its reputation. Lightning Extreme, Celestial was moved. Marquis West Sea, do you really think you're the overlord of the West Sea? At this moment, West King Hung Tiandao and the Eternal Patriarch of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect, Wang Hongming, walked over. What can't I? Marquis West Sea sneered. Humph, you want to dominate the West Sea? You're too greedy. Aren't you afraid of overeating? The West King glared at Marquis West Sea and roared. I don't need you to worry about that. I say, you'd better go back to where you came from. Otherwise, it won't do anyone any good to fall out with me. Marquis West Sea was fearless. As long as you bow down to me, I'll report to the Eternal Divine Dynasty and grant you the title of West Sea King. How about that? The West King said to Marquis West Sea. It was rare to be granted the title of king in the Eternal Divine Dynasty, and it was even rarer to be granted the title of king with a different surname. Conferred the title of king? Marquis West Sea's eyes lit up when he heard that. Didn't that mean that he had tacitly agreed to be the overlord of the West Sea? He hesitated. There's a chance. The West King perked up when he saw that. In this way, Marquis West Sea would become the West Sea King, and the entire West Sea would belong to him. What do you think? The West King said to Marquis West Sea, Why are you wasting time talking to this guy? Let's just fight. Wang Hongmeng said disapprovingly. In his opinion, the human army was invincible. If these guys were not convinced and dared to fight them, they would crush them. Chapter 4772. The Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was one of the most ancient sects in Eternal World, and had existed for countless years. The Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was inextricably linked to the Eternal Immortal Sect, which had split off from the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. The Eternal Immortal Sect was now one of the most powerful sects in Eternal World, no weaker than the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect. In fact, it was on par with them. In truth, the reason the Eternal Immortal Sect could stand up to the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect was because its founding patriarch was still alive. He alone was enough to intimidate all the experts in the world. Wang Hongmeng was one of the 3 patriarchs of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect, second only to the sect master. He was truly second only to the patriarch and held the life and death of countless living beings. As an Eternal One, he naturally didn't care about Marquis West Sea at all. The Eternal Godly Dynasty's army was incredibly powerful, while the other side was just a bunch of stinky pirates. How could they possibly stand up to the elite troops of the Eternal Godly Dynasty? Who was Wang Hongmeng? He was an antique who had lived for countless years. One look at the West King's army was enough to tell that it was an army that had been through hundreds of battles. In Wang Hongming's opinion, using this army to kill the pirates on West Spirit Island was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. This, Senior Wang, the The West King had dealt with Marquis West Sea for many years, so he naturally knew how powerful he was. If this guy could be killed so easily, he would have conquered West Spirit Island long ago. Marquis West Sea Wangzhan was very cunning, and an eternal one at that. If it weren't for the fact that the eternal godly dynasty had latched onto the martial extreme immortal sect, Marquis West Sea would have led the West Sea pirates to attack them. Ever since the death of the eternal godly dynasty's patriarch, the eternal godly dynasty had become a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of all the factions. However, as soon as the martial extreme immortal sect took the lead, all the factions that had been eyeing the eternal godly dynasty immediately gave up. Even Marquis West Sea didn't dare to act presumptuously. I'll just stay in the West Sea. I don't care how you fight on the continent, but you shouldn't have taken advantage of my battle with the West Sea Dragon clan to snatch my territory. That's my territory. If you dare to touch my cheese, I'll fight you to the death. Marquis West Sea was no gentleman. He was the leader of the pirates of the West Sea, so he had rebelled. However, he seemed to rebel against the eternal divine dynasty as well. Now that the eternal divine dynasty's army was bearing down on him, Marquis West Sea was not alarmed. Instead, he was elated. If he could defeat these guys, he would reap even more benefits. The situation in the immortal continent was very strange. The martial extreme celestial sect was at war with the eternal devil sect, so they had no time to care about the eternal godly dynasty. However, they had sent an patriarch over. This was enough to prove the importance the Wuji immortal sect attached to the eternal divine dynasty. Wang Hongmeng wanted to start a fight with the Marquis of West Sea as soon as he arrived, which disrupted the West King's plan. Wang Zhan, you brat, come and die. Wang Hongmeng ignored the West King and shouted at the Marquis of West Sea. Who the hell do you think you are? Don't flaunt your seniority in front of me. Marquis Wang Zhan retorted. I am the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect, Wang Hongmeng. Wang Hongmeng said angrily, Oh, so you're from the same family. That makes things easier. Old brother Wang, you should just stay where you are. What are you doing here? Wang Zhan immediately put on a smile. Tui, I am the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect. How could I be from the same family as a pirate? Hearing that, Wang Hongmeng was immediately infuriated. The Wang family was a super cultivation family in the eternal world. The members of the Wang family were all from the righteous sections. None of them would stoop so low as to become pirates and disgrace their ancestors. You can't say that. Who knows? We might really have been from the same family 50,000 years ago. If you think 50,000 years is too short, then 500,000. We all share the same surname, Wang. You have the nerve to bully your juniors. Wang Zhan laughed. It was a very happy laugh. In fact, there were quite a number of people with the surname Wang in the eternal world. However, not everyone with the surname Wang came from the eternal Wang family. You brat! Don't you dare try to recognize your relatives here. You're dead meat today. Wang Hongmeng was nearly driven mad by this fellow. However, when Wang Zhan saw the furious look on Wang Hongmeng's face, he could no longer hold himself back and laughed loudly. Senior Wang, please calm down. Don't fall for that fellow's provocation. Shiwang Hengtiendo hastily said, If he provokes me, he will die a worse death. Wang Hongmeng roared and charged into the sky, charging towards the Marquis of the West Sea, Wang Zhan, who was hovering above West Spirit Island. Ouch, I'm going to run first. Lord Marquis, be careful. When old Freak Situ and the other three saw Wang Hongmeng charging towards them, they immediately fled. You bunch of disloyal fellows, the Marquis of the West Sea scolded. Lord Marquis, I hope you can understand. We don't want to die. Old Freak Situ cried out in a strange manner. He had long since disappeared. The others were not slow either. All of them fled without a trace. What a joke! Wang Hongmeng was a veteran eternal cultivator, while they were just extreme Daos. That old man Wang could slap them to death like mosquitoes. Kill! Wang Hongmeng stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the Marquis of the West Sea, Wang Zhan. Boundless spiritual qi of heaven and earth was instantly drawn, and a huge hand appeared between heaven and earth, covering the entire sky. The huge hand covered the sky and directly enveloped Wang Zhan. Buzz! In the next moment, a dazzling sword radiance rushed out of Wang Zhan's body. This sword radiance was extremely sharp, and the sword qi rippled for hundreds of thousands of miles. Like a divine rainbow, it directly pierced through the huge hand descending from the sky. What? Wang Hongmeng was taken aback. He felt a pain in his right palm and hurriedly retracted his hand. When he looked down, he saw a drop of blood seeping out of his palm. This fellow was actually an eternal cultivator of the sword Tao, and he was actually injured. Wang Hongmeng could not help but be moved. At this moment, the chilling sword qi spread out. Even people thousands of miles away could feel it. The swords of countless sword cultivators trembled as if they would fly away at any time. This countless sword cultivators were inexplicably shocked. Even Gu Fei, who was cultivating in seclusion, opened his eyes. This fellow really hit it well. Gu Fei could not help but admire the Marquis of the West Sea. This fellow was indeed cunning and shrewd. He actually hid his most powerful sword Tao, and only suddenly showed Wang Hongmeng what he was capable of at this moment. Even Gu Fei could not see through Marquis West Sea's sword qi. Previously, everyone thought that Marquis West Sea was an expert who used a saber. Who would have thought that he was an expert of the sword Tao? As soon as the eternal sword qi appeared, even the West Sea Lord Hung Tiandao was stunned. The West Sea Lord used an eternal Tao weapon to protect himself and the 300,000 soldiers behind him. Otherwise, if extreme Tao pressure erupted, the 300,000 elite soldiers of the eternal divine dynasty would all be dead. At this time, a layer of light appeared over West Spirit Island. This layer of light enveloped the entire island, blocking the eternal divine dynasty's pressure. Chapter 4773. The army of the eternal divine dynasty was bearing down on Marquis West King Hung Tiandao and Patriarch Wang Hongmeng of the martial extreme immortal sect. Wang Hongmeng relied on the fact that he had cultivated longer than the Marquis of West Sea. He was more qualified and more capable. He wanted the Marquis of West Sea to obediently submit to him. However, Marquis West Sea was the pirate leader of the West Sea. How could anyone want him to submit? Unless someone could completely defeat him. Therefore, a battle was inevitable. Wang Hongmeng attacked with a killing move, intending to kill Marquis West Sea with one strike. Who would have thought that Marquis West Sea's strongest Tao was the sword Tao? Unexpectedly, a beam of sword light shot up into the sky and pierced Wang Hongmeng's huge hand. Preposterous! Wang Hongmeng flew into a rage. The next moment, he struck out with the martial extreme divine fist of the martial extreme immortal track. Rumble! As soon as he struck out with his fist, the void around him began to tremble, and an extremely powerful wave of eternal power erupted from his body. Die! Marquis West Sea became one with his sword, transforming into a peerless beam of sword light that shot toward Wang Hongmeng. One punch to open heaven and earth. Wang Hongmeng roared furiously and punched the unparalleled sword light. A fist blast erupted, shaking the world. Even the space of eternal world, which was incomparably stable, began to ripple outwards, creating transparent ripples in the air. Everyone watching the battle was stunned by Wang Hongmeng's punch. When he punched out, it was as if the universe was about to be torn apart. The immortal beam of sword light that Marquis West Sea had transformed into was blown away by Wang Hongmeng's punch. Humph! Can't even withstand a single blow. Wang Hongmeng sneered. He wouldn't give Marquis West Sea a chance to breathe. He took a step forward and instantly caught up with a beam of sword light, then punched out again. It was the martial extreme divine fist again. The power of the martial extreme divine fist was extremely powerful. It was an eternal law, and the person who used it was an ancient existence who had reached the major completion of the eternal realm. Wang Hongmeng definitely had the right to be proud. Too strong. The beam of sword light that Marquis West Sea had transformed into was blown away again. This time he could no longer maintain the state of being one with his sword. The beam of sword light dissipated, and a figure appeared in the void. Bam! In an instant, Wang Hongming's punch landed on Marquis West Sea's chest. The speed of this punch was so fast that even an eternal being like Marquis West Sea couldn't dodge it. More accurately, there was no time to dodge. The sound of bones breaking came from Marquis West Sea's body. Marquis West Sea's chest collapsed from this group of attacks, and his sternum was broken. His entire body was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, directly falling into the endless sea. Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned. Wang Hongming's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. "Little fella, I'm going to torture you to death." Wang Hongming chased after him. Roar! Marquis West Sea let out a furious roar, and the seawater within a radius of 10,000 miles instantly evaporated. Countless sea creatures were directly annihilated in body and soul. In the next moment, all the spiritual energy in the world was instantly sucked dry by him. His shattered sternum was rapidly healing. In just a snap of a finger, he had completely recovered, as if he had never been injured. When one's cultivation reached the eternal realm, their flesh, blood, tendons, and bones could be regenerated. Even if they were blasted apart by others, with only a drop of blood left, they could defy the heavens and be reborn, returning to their peak. Again, Marquis West Sea was enraged. So what if he was an old antique? He would do it anyway. Buzz! A sword cry shook the 9 heavens, and the stars in the sky trembled as if they would fall from the starry sky at any time. At this moment, everything around the Marquis of the West Sea erupted with the power of the eternal level of the way of the sword. Every drop of water, every speck of dust, and even every wisp of air seemed to turn into a peerless heavenly sword. They covered the sky and the earth, instantly drowning the charging Wang Hongming. Sword Dao Domain? Wang Hongming's voice came from the endless sword light. Martial, extreme, divine fist. Wang Hongming uttered each word, and a monstrous fist force erupted. Within Marquis West Sea's sword Dao domain, a resplendent astral fist appeared. The astral fist was like a balloon rapidly expanding. Everywhere the astral fist passed, the endless sword light collapsed, and an invincible fist intent erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. It seemed like there was nothing in this world that could stop this eruption of power. The martial extreme divine fist was the sect guardian technique of the martial extreme immortal sect. It was said to be a divine ability that could break all laws with one punch. This martial extreme divine fist was definitely one of the most powerful and overbearing fist techniques in the eternal world. Once the divine fist was unleashed, it didn't care what domain or divine ability it was. Everything would collapse in one blow. Without any suspense, Marquis West Sea's eternal sword Dao domain was blown apart by the astral fist. Marquis West Sea coughed up blood again and was sent flying. The endless sword light disappeared into the void, and a figure walked out from the astral fist. He was extremely powerful. At this time, Marquis West Sea was covered in blood, and many parts of his body had burst open with horrifying cracks. It seemed like his whole body could collapse at any time. However, he took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. The next moment, all the wounds on his body rapidly healed and disappeared. In just a few seconds, he was completely healed. Oh my! I didn't expect you to have something like the pill of reversing fortune. Wang Hongming, the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect, saw that after Marquis West Sea ate the pill, all the wounds on his body had healed. Only a supreme divine healing pill like the pill of reversing fortune could have such a miraculous effect. It seems like we can finally get rid of the West Sea today. West King Hengtiando, who had brought out an eternal Tao weapon to protect himself and the 300,000 soldiers of the eternal godly dynasty behind him, was surprised and delighted to see this. The patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect was indeed invincible. Let's see how many pill of reversing fortune you have on you. Wang Hongming laughed and charged forward again. You think I'm afraid of you? Marquis West Sea's fighting spirit was raging. He knew that he was no match for Wang Hongming, but he still charged forward. Naturally, he was abused again. At this time, the countless experts of the West Sea, who were watching the battle from behind the shield of West Spirit Island, felt that disaster was imminent. Marquis West Sea was no match for the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect. Marquis West Sea's father, Wang Xian, was still in seclusion and would not come out easily. Gu Fei was also in seclusion, and there seemed to be no signs of him making a move. In fact, Gu Fei wanted to make a move, but he could not even protect himself now. In the place where he was in seclusion, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. An icy little hand had touched the back of his neck without warning, and then moved towards his back. Little brother, it's so lonely to be in seclusion alone. How about big sister keep you company? A voice full of enchantment and temptation drilled into Gu Fei's ears. Chapter 4774. Someone had snuck into Gu Fei's seclusion grounds, but Gu Fei hadn't noticed it at all. He was so scared that he almost fainted. Before he went into seclusion, he had set up layers of formations around his seclusion grounds. This woman was actually able to pass through his formations without a sound, and even came behind him. He only knew of her existence when she touched the back of his neck with her small hand. Who are you? Gu Fei felt his throat go dry, and his body stiffened. He didn't feel good at all. Who am I? The mysterious woman's small hand was on Gu Fei's throat. As long as she exerted a bit of force, she could break Gu Fei's neck. What are you trying to do? Gu Fei calmed down. He was a man who had seen many things after all. He had killed his way out of the human world, and was invincible in the myriad worlds. He had even entered the eternal world in the end. His Tao heart was extremely firm. Since the other party didn't kill him immediately, she must have a plan. With her cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for her to kill him. Nothing. I just saw that you were bored in seclusion, so I came to accompany you. Don't think too much about it. The woman's voice was extremely charming, and the demonic nature in her voice was very strong. It was as if every sound she made could steal away one's soul. She was definitely someone from the demonic path, and her cultivation was terrifying to the extreme. Let's not beat around the bush. Gu Fei said indifferently. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The woman behind Gu Fei tightened her hand on his throat. His Adam's apple was almost crushed, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. Of course I am. I'm scared to death. You don't look like you're afraid. Why don't I just kill you? You've killed many people from the Eternal Devil sect, right? What? Gu Fei was taken aback. What did he mean by that? He hadn't killed many people from the Eternal Devil sect since he came to the Eternal World. Your name is Gu Fei, and you came from the lower realm, right? This time Gu Fei was so scared that he almost jumped up from the ground and almost peed his pants. How could this be? How could she know his origins? Impossible. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The mysterious demoness leaned against Gu Fei and said. He could even feel the warmth from her body. However, Gu Fei was not in the mood to enjoy this warm and fragrant feeling. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. All right, I'll stop teasing you. The mysterious demoness let go of Gu Fei's throat and stood up. At this time, Gu Fei's entire body relaxed, and his tense nerves also relaxed. At this time, he was really sure that the other party did not have any killing intent towards him. What do you want? Gu Fei looked at the woman who had turned around to face him. The woman was dressed in black with white flowers. She had a graceful figure and her face was covered. However, her pair of eyes seemed capable of seducing souls. One glance was all it took for Gu Fei to feel as though his mind was nearly sucked in. So powerful. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. I've been really bored recently. That Wu Jitian fellow has been holed up in his sect, refusing to come out. I can't even find him to fight. How about this? Let's join forces and kill off that kid from the martial extreme immortal sect outside. The masked demoness rubbed her chin and said solemnly, What did you say? Gu Fei had just gotten up from the ground. When he heard the words of the masked demoness, he became dumbfounded. Wu Jitian, that kid outside? The masked demoness' words were simply unimaginable. Wu Jitian was the sect master of the martial extreme immortal sect, one of the strongest existences in the eternal world. Additionally, the martial extreme immortal sect was also one of the strongest and oldest sects in the eternal world. The kid outside that the masked demoness mentioned was one of the 3 patriarchs of the martial extreme immortal sect. He was a ruthless character who stood above billions and billions of others. Wang Hongmeng might not be as strong as the super antique that Gu Fei had encountered outside the Hidden Dragon Mountain range, the freakish Wu Tianheng. However, he was probably not that far off. And yet, such a powerful character had become the kid that the masked demoness had mentioned? Could she be the sect master of the Eternal Demon Sect? However, not even the sect master of the Eternal Demon Sect would be so arrogant as to call Wang Hongming a kid. Could she be like Wu Tianheng, a super antique who had already reached the Tao since ancient times? Gu Fei was left in a state of shock. What are you thinking about? How about it? What do you think of my suggestion? The masked demoness said. Kill off that fellow outside. What will I get out of it? Gu Fei asked, raising his head. Get out of it? What do you want? The masked demoness frowned. Let me see your true face. Gu Fei suddenly laughed. Hee, kid, are you sure you want to see my face? The masked demoness laughed as well. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw the masked demoness looking at him maliciously. Can't I? Gu Fei asked subconsciously. It's not that I can't, but there's a small problem. The masked demoness looked at Gu Fei with a crafty look in her eyes. What problem? That's right. Only my husband can see my face. Gu Fei was dumbfounded again. What? Do you still want to see it? This? Gu Fei hesitated. What do you mean by this and that? Aren't you curious about what I look like? Am I pretty? Of course I am. I'm dying of curiosity. But do I have to marry you after seeing your face? That depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I can marry you. What if you're in a bad mood? Gu Fei asked softly. Then I'll kill you. The masked demoness said nonchalantly. Then I won't look. Gu Fei said firmly. Tisk, timid as a mouse. Are you scared now? The masked demoness looked at Gu Fei with disdain. Yes, please forgive me for being scared. Gu Fei said solemnly. Why don't I help you remove the seal on your body? The masked demoness suddenly said to Gu Fei, you even know that I've been placed with a seal. Gu Fei stared at the masked demoness with widened eyes. Tisk, what's wrong with that? I can tell at a glance. The masked demoness said disapprovingly. No one knew better than Gu Fei how powerful and terrifying the mysterious woman of Mount Fulong was. The mysterious demoness could tell at a glance that she had placed a seal on him? Could it be that this demoness cultivation was higher than the mysterious woman of Mount Fulong? What realm was that? An existence that surpassed eternity? What kind of realm was beyond eternity? Why? You're not willing? Forget it then. Don't! I'm willing, I'm too willing. Come, make your move. If you can help me remove the restrictive spell on my body, not to mention killing that incomparably arrogant fellow outside, I'll even marry you. Chapter 4775. The mysterious demonist's sudden appearance in Gu Fei's seclusion grounds nearly scared Gu Fei to the point of pissing himself. Another person that he could not afford to offend. Back in the hidden dragon mountains, the mysterious dragon lady had already beaten him to a pulp. Now, another existence that appeared to be even stronger than the mysterious dragon lady had appeared. Gu Fei felt so depressed that he felt like puking blood. He was an invincible existence in the lower worlds, but here in the eternal world, there were too many people who could beat him up. Even that damned freak, Wu Tianheng, was no match for him. Now, the mysterious dragon lady was able to see through the restrictive technique on him. She could even help him completely remove it. He could not ask for more. If that's the case, I'll help you. However, you have to help me kill that little guy from the martial extreme immortal sect outside. The mysterious dragon lady smiled and waved her right hand at Gu Fei. Then, a divine light of the great Tao flew out from Gu Fei's body and fell into her hand. Who are you? How dare you break my restrictive technique? The divine light of the great Tao suddenly rushed out from the mysterious dragon lady's hand and transformed into a faint, illusory figure in the void. When Gu Fei saw this figure, he immediately cowered. This was the mysterious dragon lady's incarnation. The great Tao power that erupted from the mysterious dragon lady's incarnation was extremely shocking. It could easily kill off the average eternal being. TCH, I was wondering who it was. So it's just a loach. The mysterious demon soldier chuckled. What did you say? The mysterious dragon lady's incarnation was immediately angered. Am I wrong? The mysterious dragon lady said disapprovingly, Go to hell. The mysterious dragon lady's incarnation attacked the mysterious dragon lady. She pointed with a finger, and thousands of sword beams shot out. The mighty sword beams instantly broke through the layers of arrays that Gu Fei had set up. A shocking wave of sword energy rushed out from West Spirit Island, instantly alarming all the extreme Taoists and eternal Taoists of the West Sea. This is Wang Hongmeng, who was in the midst of beating up the Marquis of West Sea, was also shocked by the sword beam that suddenly rushed out from West Spirit Island. You dare to fight me? I admire your courage. After saying that, the demoness stretched out her right hand. At the next moment, the endless streams of sword light disappeared, completely devoured by her right hand. Even the mysterious dragon lady's divine avatar was devoured by the mysterious demoness' right hand. What? When Gu Fei saw this, he was dumbfounded. That was a divine incarnation that was suspected to have surpassed the eternal ones. How could it be dealt with so easily? Even he couldn't handle it. All right, I've done what I needed to do. Now it's your turn. The mysterious demoness looked at Gu Fei with a smile. F*CK, if you're so awesome, why don't you do it yourself? You can take care of that guy in one move. Do you still need me to do anything? Gu Fei looked gloomy. Haha, you don't know this, right? It's so boring to kill him with one slap. It's more fun to play slowly. The mysterious demoness seemed to be very playful. Gu Fei was speechless. It seemed like they were just doing it for fun. You're still not going? If you don't go, that little guy called Marquis West Sea is going to be beaten to death. The mysterious demoness was getting impatient. Understood. I'll go now. How could Gu Fei dare to say no? He was about to soar into the sky and rush out of West Spirit Island. Wait. The mysterious demoness suddenly called out to Gu Fei. Is there anything else? Gu Fei hurriedly stopped and asked cautiously, There's a Tao integration pill inside. Eat it and you'll be able to temporarily recover all your cultivation. The mysterious demoness took out a small jade bottle and threw it to Gu Fei. What? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but get a huge shock. Is this real? Gu Fei immediately became extremely excited. All these years, he had been trying to recover his cultivation. He had suffered so much. Now this Tao integration pill could actually recover all his cultivation. This was too ridiculous. He had been angry for so long, but still couldn't do it. Yet a single pill could solve it? You're really stupid. If you want to recover your cultivation, you can just find a Tao integration fruit and eat it. Isn't that enough? Is there a need to cultivate again? The mysterious demoness looked at Gu Fei with a look of disdain. Why the F***CK? Didn't anyone tell me? Gu Fei roared to the sky. In fact, no one knew that he was an eternal being from the lower realm. Naturally, no one told him what he should do to recover his cultivation. You'd better hurry up and kill that little guy from the martial extreme immortal sect. If you're late, you'll have to collect your friend's corpse. Kill. Gu Fei directly threw the Tao integration pill in the small jade bottle into his mouth and pounced at Wang Hongmeng with a roar. Old brat die, Gu Fei roared. At this moment, Wang Hongmeng was trampling Marquis West Sea on the ground with her foot. Who the hell do you think you are? Wang Hongmeng jerked his head up and looked at Gu Fei. Suddenly, two incomparably sharp divine lights rushed out of his eyes and pierced towards Gu Fei. These two divine lights were much more powerful than the sword lights emitted by the peerless eternal realm celestial sword. Although Gu Fei was only a half step into the eternal realm, he had an extremely powerful eternal martial body. He raised his hand and punched out, shattering the two beams of light. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Hongmeng. Breaking the extreme fist, he didn't hold anything back. He immediately used his trump card. Boom! The power of Gu Fei's fist instantly increased by several times. The moment the violent fist energy blasted out, the void around his fist trembled. Wang Hongmeng couldn't help but be moved when she saw Gu Fei's powerful punch. After taking the Tao integration pill, Gu Fei's cultivation actually recovered to the eternal realm. Martial extreme divine fist. Wang Hongmeng didn't dare to be negligent. He directly used the fist technique of the martial extreme immortal sect. Rumble, the two shocking forces collided in an instant, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void around the two. With the two as the center, a violent wave of power spread out in all directions. A large crater appeared on the surface of the sea, and the surrounding seawater was dispersed, revealing the seabed below. The two figures flew back at the same time. Marquis West Sea took the opportunity to climb up from the ground and hide to the side. Marquis West Sea, you bastard! Gu Fei roared at Marquis West Sea. The medicinal power of the Tao integration pill had already spread through his body. This Tao integration pill was a key that could open the door to the treasure in Gu Fei's body. The eternal power suppressed by the eternal world's heavenly Tao finally returned to Gu Fei's body, which surprised and delighted him. You carry it first. I'll go find help. After saying that, Marquis West Sea shot up into the sky and disappeared between heaven and earth. Find help my A****. Gu Fei was really speechless. If you want to run away, then run away. You don't need to find excuses. Chapter 4776. The Marquis of the West Sea had actually slipped away. This left Gu Fei speechless. From the looks of it, Wang Hongmeng had beaten the crap out of this fellow. As though he was running for his life, he disappeared without a trace, leaving Gu Fei alone to fight the martial extreme immortal sect's old ancestor. After taking the Tao fusing pill, Gu Fei's cultivation base was restored. The great Tao of heaven and earth contained within the Tao fusing pill had perfectly fused with Gu Fei's Tao. After that, he could no longer feel the suppression coming from the eternal world. Rumble! Gu Fei's great Tao resonated with the heavenly Tao of the eternal world. The entire world suddenly changed color. In the void, one eternal Tao golden lotus after another bloomed. Countless living beings seemed to hear the supreme divine voice of the great Tao. All the living beings in the West Sea were bathed in the eternal Tao. Some of them directly broke through to a higher realm. Someone has achieved the Tao. At that moment, all the eternal ones in the eternal world sensed the changes coming from the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even the eternal ones who were in seclusion were alarmed. In eternal world, within a remote mountain range within the immortal continent, a figure who had been seated cross-legged for who knows how many years suddenly opened his eyes. This figure, whose body was covered in dust, had been seated cross-legged for who knows how long. How many years has it been? Has someone finally achieved the Tao? An old voice rang out in the cave. Who is this person? In a heavenly abyss in the heaven continent, a divine phoenix rushed out. An eternal aura spread out from the divine phoenix, shocking everyone. In the North Sea continent, on an island in the endless sea, a divine palace floated above the island. At that moment, an old man with white hair and eyebrows walked out of the divine palace. Even the Buddha continent and the Tao continent had eternal ones. Little guy, I didn't expect you to be an eternal one. You want to play the pig to eat the tiger in front of this patriarch? What a joke, Wang Hongdao said disdainfully. Ha, old man, now that I have recovered my cultivation base, even if that freak Wu Tianhen came, I would still be able to fight him, let alone you. Gu Fei laughed. Don't be too complacent. The Tao integration pill can only restore your cultivation for about 2 hours. Once the time is up, you'll be beaten back to your original state. The mysterious demoness voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What? Hearing that, Gu Fei was so terrified that he nearly fell from the sky. In just 2 hours, his cultivation base would be suppressed by the heavenly Tao of eternal world once more. Hee, unless you can find the fusion Tao fruit. The mysterious demoness voice rang in Gu Fei's mind again. Tao integration fruit? Gu Fei was really speechless. Where could he find this Tao integration fruit? Martial extreme divine fist. Wang Hongmeng once again struck out with the strongest fist technique of the martial extreme immortal sect. As his fists danced about, the entire void around him began to tremble. This kind of fist force directly triggered the power of heaven and earth. Rumble! Bolts of lightning appeared in the air around Wang Hongmeng. This punch had triggered the power of lightning, and a terrifying destructive aura appeared in the world. This is getting a little more interesting. Gu Fei grinned, and in the next moment he also struck out with the breaking extremity fist. Boom! Bam! The two experts fought endlessly in the sky above the sea, and the dull sounds of their collisions were like thunder. For a moment, even Wang Hongmeng, a patriarch of the older generation, could not do anything to Gu Fei. This is fun. Ha! In the distant sky and the clouds, the mysterious demoness was watching in high spirits. However, even someone as strong as Wang Hongmeng could not sense the mysterious demoness presence. Heaven-treading steps. Gu Fei's figure instantly disappeared, and in the next moment he appeared directly above Wang Hongmeng's head and stomped down on Wang Hongmeng's head. You little brat! Wang Hongmeng was furious. Both his fists danced, and both fists shot up into the sky like a divine sun, blasting towards Gu Fei. The power of his fist technique was converted into the power of the fire element. The power of the martial divine fist was monstrous, and this fist technique could draw the power of the world for one's own use. The power of thunder and lightning, the power of the fire element, and all kinds of power could be driven by the martial divine fist and then burst out with shocking power, directly killing the enemy. If it was in normal times, Wang Hongmeng only needed to use one kind of power to kill an ordinary eternal expert. But today he had already used several kinds of fist techniques, and yet he could not do anything to Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he came back and forth with a few trump cards, either the breaking extremity fist, the heaven-treading steps, or the heavenly transformation hand. It was as if he was demonstrating his own cultivation technique, and every one of them could compete with Wang Hongmeng's martial divine fist, which made Wang Hongmeng speechless. Brat, you want to use me as a whetstone to sharpen your knife? Be careful, or you'll damage the knife, haha. Wang Hongmeng laughed. At the same time, his fist collided with the sole of Gu Fei's right foot, and the two violent forces collided in an instant, and the eruption of power was earth-shattering. Wang Hongmeng fell from the sky like a meteorite, directly smashing into the sea. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was sent flying high into the sky by Wang Hongming's fist technique. Boom! With a loud noise, the sea waves surged, sweeping in all directions. Heavenly transformation hand. Gu Fei pressed down with his right hand, and a giant hand directly appeared in the void, directly blasting towards Wang Hongmeng in the sea. The power of the eternal expert descended from the giant hand, and a huge palm print appeared on the sea. Roar! Wang Hongmeng wanted to soar into the sky, but the powerful palm force coming from the sky pressed him down on the ice-cold seabed. How is this possible? Wang Hongmeng finally panicked. The opponent's power was too strong, and even he, who had cultivated for countless years and had reached the major completion of the eternal realm, was about to be oppressed. Under my tenfold breaking extremity fist power, even if you're an old antique, you'll still have to obediently lie at my feet. Gu Fei was incomparably confident. He firmly believed that as long as his power reached a certain level, he could sweep away all opponents. Wang Hongmeng was shocked and angry, but no matter how much he struggled and exerted his strength, he was still firmly pressed down on the seabed by Gu Fei. Clang! Gu Fei flipped his right hand, and a long knife immediately appeared in his hand, which he then slashed at Wang Hongmeng. However, this ultimate god weapon couldn't even cut through Wang Hongmeng's skin. The eternal expert's body was too strong, and even the ultimate god weapon slashed at Wang Hongmeng's body like it was scratching an itch. Gu Fei slashed more than a dozen times in a row, and in the end he was speechless. The ultimate god weapon couldn't hurt this guy at all. I'll slash. Chapter 4777. Wang Hongmeng was one of the 3 patriarchs of the martial extreme immortal sect. He possessed a world-shaking cultivation base. Within the martial extreme immortal sect, he was an exalted existence. When had he ever been trampled upon by someone? Although the blade in this little fellow's hand could not even cut his skin, it was still a humiliation. To be trampled upon by a junior was a humiliation. Wang Hongmeng had never suffered such humiliation before. Seeing that infuriated him. Little bastard, die! Wang Hongmeng bellowed furiously. Next, 9 silhouettes charged out from his body. Every single one of the silhouettes emanated genuine eternal energy fluctuations. It was as though 9 eternal sovereigns had appeared in the world at the same time. Every inch of the world was filled with a formidable eternal atmosphere of coercion. It felt as though the world itself was on the verge of collapsing. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the surface of the ocean. It was simply too powerful. Even the space of eternal world, which was incomparably stable, was quaking. Add Wang Hongming's main body and Gu Fei's name into the equation. It was as though 11 eternal sovereigns had appeared in the West Sea. That was more than all the eternal life forms in the West Sea combined. To Gu Fei's shock, every one of Wang Hongming's clones was emanating a different eternal aura. In other words, Wang Hongming's 9 clones cultivated different das. Additionally, all of them had cultivated up to the eternal stage. How was that possible? Although it was said that there were 3,000 grand das, and all of them could become eternal, no matter how heaven-defying one might be, there was no way one could cultivate up to 10 eternal das alone. Wang Hongming's 9 clones and his main body meant 10 grand das. 10 eternal das. No one in eternal world had ever managed to cultivate up to 10 eternal das. And yet, this fellow had cultivated up to 10 eternal das. Was that even possible? There's something strange about this. If this fellow had truly cultivated up to 10 eternal das, he would have been able to kill Qin Feng with just 1 finger. At present, however, this old fellow's combat power was even weaker than Qin Feng's. Oh my! Even someone from the orthodox sects would cultivate such a vicious corpse refinement technique? When the mysterious demoness, who was watching from afar, saw that, her eyes lit up. It would appear that this patriarch of the martial extreme sect was not to be underestimated. Corpse refinement technique? The voice of the mystic demoness appeared in Gu Fei's mind. So, Gu Fei came to a sudden realization and couldn't help becoming furious. These 9 incarnations weren't Wang Hongming's own incarnations, but rather the corpses of Eternal Realm experts he had cultivated into his own incarnations. In this way, he would only need to split a strand of his divine will to control these clones. Naturally, he would also be able to use eternal level power. Kill! Wang Hongmeng roared, and in the next moment, the 9 incarnations pounced on Gu Fei. Damn, your skin is really hard. Even the saber broke it. Gu Fei was speechless as he looked at the extreme Dao divine saber in his hand. The edge of the saber was full of dents. This was the difference between extreme Dao and eternal Dao. In front of eternal Daos, extreme Daos were nothing but ants. Saber sweeps 10 directions. I am supreme. Gu Fei bellowed. The ultimate divine blade in his hand immediately released a resplendent blade light. A circle of blade light slashed out in all directions. The extremely sharp saber Qi cut through the void, making a shocking sound of breaking through the air. The 9 eternal clones that were pouncing on Gu Fei were directly forced back, and one of them even had a bone-deep blade scar. The saber in Gu Fei's hand couldn't break through the defense of the eternal Daos, not even a hair on their bodies. However, that was under the premise that Gu Fei didn't use eternal level power. Previously, he deliberately didn't use his eternal level power to slash at the martial extreme immortal sect's old ancestor. But now, once Gu Fei released his eternal level blade aura, the eternal clones that were attacking him were immediately injured by the blade aura. Crack! After Gu Fei released this saber, he immediately heard a cracking sound coming from the saber. He looked down and saw that cracks had appeared on the extreme Dao divine blade in his hand, as if it could collapse at any time. He couldn't help but shake his head. The extreme Dao divine blade couldn't withstand the eternal level power. Looks like I'll have to refine an eternal Dao artifact. Gu Fei thought to himself. He had left his eternal Dao artifact with his wife and daughter in the mortal world. He did not bring any eternal Dao artifact with him into eternal world. Truth be told, leaving the eternal Dao artifact with his wife and daughter had made Gu Fei feel at ease. With the protection of the eternal Dao artifact, no one from the mortal world would be able to harm them. That way, he would be able to explore eternal world without any worries. Suddenly, Gu Fei sensed an extremely formidable eternal power erupting from Wang Hongming, who he was standing on. The formidable power caused Gu Fei to involuntarily take a step back. Die! A furious roar rang out. Next, a fist smashed heavily against Gu Fei's chest, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from Gu Fei's body. Bam! A thunderous sound rang out, and the punch sent Gu Fei's figure flying through a distance of tens of thousands of li. His figure smashed into a towering mountain that rose into the clouds. Damn it! Wang Hongmeng roared skywards, seemingly having gone mad. Little bastard, you caused me to lose 1,000,000 years' worth of cultivation power. I will tear you to pieces. Wang Hongmeng seemed to have transformed into a different person. His eyes turned red and he roared as he charged at Gu Fei. He finally utilized the martial extreme immortal sect's peerless forbidden technique to increase his combat power to a level that left even himself trembling. With that, he sent Gu Fei flying. What was a forbidden technique? It was a secret technique that was forbidden from being utilized. It was only natural for a super sect like the martial extreme immortal sect to possess a considerable number of forbidden techniques. These forbidden techniques could allow the user to instantly obtain a formidable power. They were similar to the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the secret ascension technique. However, this was an eternal technique. Hence, compared to the secret ascension technique, it was of a much higher grade. However, The repercussions of using it were also very severe. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It was simply impossible to obtain a tyrannical power that surpassed one's own without paying a price. Wang Hongming had truly been forced into a corner. Otherwise, he would not have used this forbidden technique that cost him 1,000,000 years' worth of cultivation power. Roar! Wang Hongming seemed to have transformed into a terrifying demon as he instantly lunged at Gu Fei. He reached out with his hand and grabbed at Gu Fei's head. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the void without a trace. What? Wang Hongming was taken aback. His claw had only managed to grab Gu Fei's afterimage. Marquis Wang Zhan of the West Sea, who had snuck back secretly, was watching the show from the sidelines. He was dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Since when did this guy become an eternal one? To be able to play the pig to eat the tiger to such an extent was unprecedented. Chapter 4778. After taking the Tao fusing pill given by the mysterious demoness, Gu Fei's cultivation base was temporarily restored to the eternal stage. His cultivation base had been greatly suppressed by Eternal World. Thus, he foolishly thought that he would have to recultivate and fuse his own Grand Tao with Eternal World's Grand Tao. Only then could he regain his eternal cultivation base. Who could have thought that one Tao fusing pill could restore his cultivation base? That was too ridiculous. He had worked so hard to recultivate his cultivation base to the peak of the extreme Tao. After recovering his cultivation base, Gu Fei could feel his eternal cultivation base rising by a notch. He was now able to fight Wang Hongming endlessly. Rather, he was even able to beat Wang Hongming up. However, Wang Hongming was one of the 3 patriarchs of the martial extreme immortal sect. His cultivation base was formidable. Even in Eternal World, he was one of the top existences. After being beaten up badly by Gu Fei, he did not hesitate to consume his cultivation base to improve his cultivation base to fight Gu Fei. Roar! Wang Hongming roared and attacked, wanting to crush Li Kuang's head. However, all he managed to grab was Li Kuang's afterimage. Gu Fei's figure appeared above Wang Hongming's head and his foot descended. Damn it! Wang Hongming was both shocked and furious. He punched upwards. The divine martial fist shook heaven and earth. Wang Hongming's punch landed on Gu Fei's foot. Boom! A dull sound of collision rang out. Next, Wang Hongming was trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and smashed into the sea. At the same time, however, Wang Hongming's 9 clones charged towards Gu Fei at the same time. Chaos of heaven and earth! Gu Fei roared. Both his hands moved and ripples appeared in the void around him. The 9 clones were thrown into chaos. It was as though they had entered a turbulence. Kill! Gu Fei bellowed, and in the next moment, the heads of the 9 clones flew out. Wang Hongming, who had just rushed out of the sea, was furious when he saw this scene. These were the 9 incarnations that he had spent a lot of effort to refine. Every single one of these incarnations possessed an eternal level battle strength. But now, all 9 of them had their heads chopped off by Gu Fei. With this, all of Wang Hongming's incarnations would be crippled. You, I'll send you on your way now. After saying that, Gu Fei directly punched Wang Hongming with his extremity-breaking fist. In an instant, Gu Fei's combat prowess was raised to the extreme. His long hair fluttered in the wind, exuding an incomparably tyrannical aura as he punched out, causing the entire space to tremble. Boom! With a loud bang, without any suspense, Wang Hongming was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away by Gu Fei's punch. He smashed through a mountain on the sea and fell into the sea. Gu Fei had used his Eternal Realm cultivation base to display the Extreme Breaking Fist. The power of the Extreme Breaking Fist was no small matter. Even if Wang Hongming used a secret technique to enhance his battle prowess, it still wouldn't be enough. When Marquis West Sea, who was hiding and watching the battle, saw this scene, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that Gu Fei would be so amazing. Just now, he had been beaten miserably by Wang Hongming. But now, it was Wang Hongming's turn to be beaten miserably by Gu Fei. Hurry up, or that little guy will escape. The voice of the mysterious demoness resounded in Gu Fei's mind. Hearing this, Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly crossed hundreds of thousands of miles, appearing in the sky above Wang Hongming. Wang Hongming was lying on the seabed in a sorry state. The surrounding seawater didn't submerge him. Instead, it was dispersed by the fluctuation of essence energy coming from his body, forming a water-free zone with a radius of 100 miles. Tenfold ascension, heaven-treading step. Gu Fei frantically operated the heaven-treading secret technique. He didn't want to be entangled with this guy anymore. With a step, the entire seabed collapsed. An extremely terrifying and powerful force erupted from Gu Fei's body, shaking the heavens and the earth. The power of this step was earth-shattering. The mighty force that came from Gu Fei's foot pressed down on Wang Hongming until he couldn't move at all. Countless cracks appeared on his body. No, boom! As Gu Fei stepped down, the entire seabed turned into powder. Wang Hongming's Eternal Way body, which was said to be indestructible, actually collapsed. A beam of primordial spirit light wrapped around a primordial spirit and soared into the sky, trying to escape. Gu Fei directly opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the primordial spirit in one gulp. In the next moment, an endless wave of power rushed out of Gu Fei's body. He directly sat cross-legged in the void, operated the mystic art, and refined Wang Hongming's primordial spirit in his body. Little guy, die. The power of Wang Hongming's primordial spirit was unimaginably powerful. It actually wanted to seize Gu Fei's physical body and reincarnate. You want to devour me? Dream on. Gu Fei's primordial spirit was extremely powerful, so he didn't fear Wang Hongming's primordial spirit at all. In a battle of the same level, Gu Fei was invincible. He was extremely confident. Soon, Wang Hongming's primordial spirit screamed in horror. In less than a quarter of an hour, Wang Hongming, one of the 3 great ancestors of the martial extreme celestial sect, was destroyed in body and soul. How boring! The mysterious, which was a little impatient when she saw this scene. Haha, Brother Gu, you're awesome. The Marquis of the West Sea walked over and said with a laugh, this guy really hid his strength well. Even I made a mistake. Who would have thought that this guy was also an eternal one? Wang Zhan, you bastard. Did you enjoy watching the show from the side? As soon as Gu Fei saw this guy, he directly pointed at him and scolded him. This guy was too disloyal. He actually ran away at the last minute. This made Gu Fei very unhappy. This Brother Gu, I was going to find help. Marquis of the West Sea's face did not even blush as he lied. I'm going to faint. Gu Fei was truly infuriated by this fellow. If it weren't for the fact that this fellow was Wang Shen's son, Gu Fei would have taught this fellow a lesson long ago. Kid, I'm leaving. I'll come play with you again in the future. By the way, the Tao fusion fruit is in the nether continents, nether abyss. If you want to avoid the suppression of eternal world, you'll have to go to the nether continent and try your luck. After saying that, the mysterious, which disappeared. From the beginning to the end, neither Marquis of the West Sea nor the other eternal ones could sense the mysterious witch's presence. The nether continent's Tao fusion fruit. A sharp look appeared on Gu Fei's face. By then, the medicinal power of the Tao fusion pill was already fading away. Likewise, the invincible eternal power he possessed was also disappearing. He could clearly sense that this world was gradually suppressing his cultivation base. Due to that, he felt both helpless and powerless. The heavenly Tao of eternal world was simply too strong. This fellow is playing dumb again. Chapter 47-79. The medicinal power of the Tao fusion pill finally disappeared. Gu Fei's cultivation base fell to the half-step eternal stage. The unparalleled pressure had disappeared as well. It was as though it had never appeared. Tao fusion fruit, nether continent. It seemed he would have to go to nether continent. However, nether continent was the territory of the demons. Demons were not to be trifled with. The eternal demon sect was located there. Legend had it that there were pure-blooded demons in nether continent. Pure-blooded demons were extremely powerful. Pure-blooded demons were few and far between in eternal world. If he could obtain and consume the Tao fusion fruit, he would be able to recover his eternal stage cultivation base. He would no longer have to fear being targeted by eternal ones. Gu Fei had been living a very depressing life in eternal world for the past few years. He had only just arrived in eternal world when he was captured and sent to work as a miner for 3 years. As his cultivation base continued to recover, he was gradually able to live a less depressing life. However, as long as he could not become an eternal cultivator, he was in danger of being abused. The battle between Gu Fei and the patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect, Wang Hongming, nearly destroyed the entire West Sea. When the news spread, the entire world was shocked. A patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect had died. The news quickly spread throughout eternal world. That was a patriarch of the martial extreme immortal sect. The martial extreme immortal sect had existed for countless years in eternal world. It had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. It also occupied countless cultivation resources in the 4 great continents. The martial extreme immortal sect's ancestral land was in the martial continent. The neighboring immortal continents, the Qin continent and the Heaven continent, were all under the influence of the martial extreme immortal sect. With the exception of the martial continent and the Qin continent, the immortal continent and the Heaven continent had only recently been conquered by the martial extreme immortal sect in the past few decades. That allowed the martial extreme immortal sect's influence to double. The cultivation resources of the 4 great continents provided for the entire martial extreme immortal sect. However, although the martial extreme immortal sect was powerful, it only had 3 patriarchs. They were ancient existences that had lived for countless years. They were peerlessly powerful. However, Wang Hongming actually died in the western sea of the celestial continent. This was something that no one had expected. The western sea of the celestial continent actually had someone who could kill Wang Hongming. How was that possible? Even the West Sea Dragon Clan was no match for Wang Hongming. Who? Just who did it? How dare you kill the patriarch of my martial extreme immortal sect? Even if I have to ascend to the heavens or dive into the earth, I will kill you with my sword. The roar of the Wuji celestial sect leader, Qin Zhongtian, came from the Wuji celestial hall at the peak of the Wuji sacred mountain in the Wuji continent. Not only was Qin Zhongtian the sect lord of the martial extreme immortal sect, he was also the supreme elder of the Qin clan in the Qin continent. The Qin clan was also one of the top cultivation families in eternal world. However, the martial extreme celestial sect was currently in a standoff with the eternal devil sect. World, Celesti Heaven celestial continent, and the celestial sect was as demon, as sect as the long, as the immortal celestial demon of demon continent. As continent, the celestial demon Wuji celestial sect's expansion naturally affected the eternal demon sect. The eternal demon sect had been operating there for many years. They wanted to take over the immortal continent while the patriarch of the eternal godly dynasty had fallen. Who would have thought that the martial extreme immortal sect would suddenly intervene and take control of the entire eternal godly dynasty? They seized the initiative and took over the immortal continent. This enraged the eternal demon, sect master. Thus, the 2 superpowers clashed. Under such circumstances, even if the martial extreme immortal sect leader Qin Zhongtian wanted to go to the celestial continent's West Sea to avenge Wang Hongming, it was impossible. If he left, the hexapath demon sect master would arrive. That would be a good show to watch. Soon, someone sent Gu Fei's information to the sect leader of the martial extreme celestial sect, Qin Zhongtian. Gu Fei, Let's see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. Qin Zhongtian gritted his teeth. By now, all the top forces in the eternal world had learned of Gu Fei's existence. Gu Fei was an expert who had appeared out of nowhere. The emergence of a new eternal expert would naturally attract the attention of the various forces. Although everyone in the martial extreme immortal sect wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei to pieces, judging from the current situation, the martial extreme immortal sect would not be able to send an eternal to settle the score with Gu Fei. Moreover, the average eternal expert was not a match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei killed the martial extreme immortal sect's elder, Wang Hongmeng. The news reached the southern part of the immortal continent. In the backyard of the South King's mansion, a cry of surprise rang out. "How is this possible?" Hung Xian rushed out of the room and wanted to rush out, but her head hit a transparent barrier of light, nearly breaking her neck. "Father, quickly let me out." Hung Xian cried out. "You'd better stay at home." The South King's voice rang out. "Father!" Hung Xian was angry and anxious, but there was nothing she could do. That guy actually, when Gu Fei's enemies heard the news, they were dumbfounded. West Sea, West Spirit Island, Marquis Wang Zhan of the West Sea had set up a banquet to celebrate Gu Fei's killing of Wang Hongmeng. Although Gu Fei had killed Wang Hongmeng, he did not feel happy at all because he did not get what he wanted. The next day, Gu Fei left West Spirit Island and headed straight for the Nether Continent. Soon he appeared in an ancient city of the Nether Continent. It was an ancient city that was neither too big nor too small. Tens of thousands of people lived in the city, and it also had a teleportation array. The ancient city was called Nether Sea City because it was next to the famous Nether Sea of the Nether Continent. The Nether Sea was a demonic sea. Demonic energy gathered in the sea, and countless powerful demons lived in it. There were even eternal demonic creatures among them. Gu Fei was not afraid of ordinary eternal demonic creatures, but if an old antique like Wu Tianhen came, he would not be able to handle it. People who came to the Nether Sea City came for the countless demonic creatures in the Nether Sea. They hunted them, took their cores, and refined them to increase their cultivation base. This was the most common cultivation method in the Nether Continent. In the Nether Continent, an extreme Dao demonic creature core could be sold for a sky-high price. As for eternal demonic cores, they were even more priceless. Very few eternal demonic cores appeared. This was because those who could kill eternal demonic creatures had already reached the eternal realm. Why would they need to hunt eternal demonic creatures? Gu Fei found an inn to stay in. Although this was the territory of the demons, the Nether Continent was still the world of the human race. However, the majority of the human race here cultivated Devil Dao cultivation methods, and were people of the Devil Dao. Gu Fei directly changed his aura. This person became shrouded in demonic energy, causing people to retreat. He cultivated primordial chaos qi and could transform it into any kind of yuan qi, recruiting experts to head to Nether God Island. While eating in the inn, Gu Fei saw someone recruiting experts to head to Nether God Island. Oh. Chapter 4780. In any city, the most well-informed place was the marketplace, and the restaurants and inns were the places where the people of the marketplace gathered. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. However, it was human nature to eat. Even Gu Fei couldn't get rid of the desire for good food. He was also a foodie, and he had eaten dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder. In an inn in Nether Sea City, Gu Fei met a person who was recruiting experts to go to Underworld God Island. It was a middle-aged man who was blind in his left eye. He wore an eye patch on his left eye, and there were 3 scratches on the right side of his face, which made him look ferocious. At first glance, it was obvious that this middle-aged man was a brave and ruthless guy. The demonic aura on his body was also extremely strong. He was actually a sage-level demonic expert. A demon saint was recruiting experts. This surprised Gu Fei a little because this Nether Sea City wasn't a super big city. How could he meet a demon saint so easily? Brother Heixiong, haven't you recruited enough people? In the lobby of the inn, a thin old man asked the middle-aged man. Ah, not yet. Not many people are willing to go to Underworld God Island. It's so annoying. I've been recruiting for more than 10 days, and I've only recruited 5 people. We need to recruit at least 10 people to go to Underworld God Island. The middle-aged man called Heixiong sighed. Heixiong wasn't his alias, but his real name because his surname was Hei. How about you count me in as well? Heixiong suddenly said to the old man with a smile, Don't. I still want to live for a few more years. The old man hurriedly shook his head. What kind of place was Underworld God Island? How could one go there casually? Anyone who entered Underworld God Island would only have 2 outcomes. One was to never come out again, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. The other was to obtain demonic treasures and then make rapid progress in cultivation and finally become a demon saint. Everyone wanted to become a powerhouse, and many people were willing to take the risk to enter Underworld God Island. However, there were even more people who would rather live because there were too few people who could successfully leave Underworld God Island. Heixiong was one of them, and he was the only one who knew a way to enter Underworld God Island safely. Therefore, Heixiong was the one who entered Underworld God Island the most. However, this time, Heixiong had been recruiting for more than 10 days, but he still hadn't managed to recruit enough people. Count me in. At this moment, a black-clothed masked woman suddenly said, You. Heixiong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a masked woman in black sitting in a corner. When he sensed the aura of this woman, he felt a little displeased. Don't cause trouble. You're just a quasi-sage. You're not qualified to go to Nether God Island. Heixiong frowned. The experts of the demonic Tao who went to Nether God Island had to be sacred realm experts. Not even quasi-sages were allowed. There was a risk of dying at any moment. Humph! The masked woman was instantly displeased. Her body trembled, and in the next moment, a powerful saint rank aura erupted from her body. Sacred realm? Heixiong's eyes lit up. I've misjudged you. I'm sorry. Heixiong quickly apologized. Then am I qualified? Yes. Heixiong said anxiously. He was recruiting people, and it had been more than 10 days, but he still didn't have enough people. He couldn't wait to recruit enough people. Count me in as well. Gu Fei said, All right. Heixiong was elated. He had recruited 2 sacred realm experts at once, but he still needed to recruit 4 more sacred realm experts. No one in the inn said anything. They were all looking at Gu Fei and Heixiong. Then sign your name. Heixiong handed a jade slip to Gu Fei. Gu Fei took the jade slip and imprinted his mark on it, which was considered as signing his name. The black-clothed woman did the same. All right, I'll continue recruiting people. See you at the West Ferry Pier in 3 days. Heixiong said as he left the inn and went to other places to recruit people. 3 days later at the West Ferry Pier, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he heard this. The black-clothed woman didn't say anything. After eating and drinking, Gu Fei returned to his room. He had more or less comprehended some things from the battle with Wang Hongmeng. He would use these 3 days to go into seclusion. 3 days for an existence at Gu Fei's level was like a snap of the fingers. Soon, 3 days passed. On the morning of the 4th day, Gu Fei directly left the Nether Sea City from the West City Gate after breakfast and directly went to the West Ferry Pier. The West Ferry Pier was about 12 li away from the Nether Sea City. This distance was nothing for Gu Fei. He took a step and arrived at the West Ferry Pier. There's not even a ghost. Did I come early? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The West Ferry Pier in front of him wasn't very big. There were 3 ships at the pier. One was a medium-sized black ship, one was a huge wooden ship, and the last was a small ship. The medium-sized black ship was a warship made of black metal. There were giant crossbows fixed around the warship, but there wasn't a single person on board. What's going on? Although Gu Fei found it strange, he didn't really care. In a place like the Nether Continent, anything could happen. He just had to be careful. He didn't go near the sea, nor did he go near the 3 ships. You're very careful. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Gu Fei. You seem to be more careful than me. Gu Fei said indifferently. He turned around and saw a black-clothed woman standing behind him. This black-clothed woman was the woman that He Xiong had underestimated at the inn. Same to you. The black-clothed woman walked over. I haven't asked for your name. The black-clothed woman cupped her fists towards Gu Fei. Me? Gu Hong. Gu Fei gave himself a new name. He knew all too well that he had killed off one of the 3 patriarchs of the martial extreme immortal sect, Wang Hongming. The name Gu Fei had probably spread throughout the entire eternal world. Gu Hong? Recently, a fellow by the name of Gu Fei appeared in the immortal continent's West Sea. He's very powerful. Are you related to Gu Fei? The black-clothed woman regarded Gu Fei from head to toe. Never in her wildest dreams could she have imagined that the Gu Fei she mentioned was standing before her. You sure are well informed. However, you will be disappointed. He is him and I am me. There is no relationship between us. Gu Fei smiled. Oh, is that so? The black-clothed woman said nothing else. After waiting for 1 hour, a group of people came out from the west gate of Nethersea City and headed straight for the West Ferry Pier. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the West Ferry Pier. The leader was the one-eyed He Xiong. Chapter 4781. Nether Continent, Nether Ocean City. The West Ferry Pier in the west of the city was dead silent. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation base, he could only vaguely sense that there were many demonic beings hidden in the pier. These demonic beings were very strange, and their auras were indistinct. Why aren't you guys going in? He Xiong, who had led the 8 great demon sages here, was surprised to see Gu Fei and the mysterious woman standing outside the pier. I'm waiting for you guys. I'll go in together. Gu Fei said. He Xiong was about to lead the demon sages into the West Ferry Pier. However, before his foot touched the ground, he suddenly felt something and retracted his foot. Scarlet Star, go in and take a look. He Xiong said to a middle-aged man with red hair and eyebrows. Old He, why do you always ask me to take the lead? Scarlet Star looked displeased. Just do as I say. Why are you being so long-winded? He Xiong frowned. Got it. Scarlet Star said as he strode forward. There was not a single person at the pier. This was very unusual. One had to know that the Nether Ocean in the west of the Nether Continent was extremely strange, especially the coastal areas. Some unknown demonic creatures would often invade the coastal areas, causing many casualties. The West Ferry Pier was an important pier of the Nether Ocean City. It was impossible for there to be no one there, as there were soldiers of the Nether Ocean City guarding this place. This group of people is so nervous. What the heck is there? Why are they so nervous? Scarlet Star cursed as he walked towards the pier. Swoosh! At this moment, a black light rushed out from the bushes at the side and shot towards Scarlet Star. What's that? The eyes of the people outside lit up. Demonic snake? Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. He instantly saw the black light clearly. It was a thin, long, chopstick-like black snake. Humph! Demon Saint Scarlet Star's saber slashed at the black shadow. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The black shadow was sent flying by Scarlet Star's slash and fell to the ground. However, the demonic snake bounced up from the ground and shot towards Scarlet Star at lightning speed. What the F***CK is this? Devil Sage Scarlet Star was taken aback. Once again, he slashed the demonic snake away with his saber. However, at this moment, countless demonic snakes appeared in the surroundings, and the ground was covered in a black mass. Demon Sage Scarlet Star felt his scalp go numb. He was so frightened that he soared into the sky, not daring to stay on the ground any longer. In Eternal World, only sacred-level living beings could fly through the sky. Just as Demon Sage Scarlet Star flew into the sky, a black shadow shot towards Demon Sage Scarlet Star at an unimaginable speed, directly piercing through his demonic body. How is this possible? Scarlet Star looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. The next moment, he fell from the sky and became a pool of blood, leaving only a pile of clothes on the ground. Seeing the scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This demonic snake was so powerful. How are they going to go out to sea? Go to Underworld God Island to try my luck? They hadn't even set sail yet, but Scarlet Star Demonic Sage had already received his lunchbox. Black Boss, I think we should forget about this trip to Underworld God Island, a black-clothed demon saint said with a trembling voice. TSK, are you afraid just like that? Another tall, mighty, and muscular demon saint glanced at the black-clothed demon saint disdainfully and sneered. Chu Hung, I know you're strong. Go ahead then. The black-clothed demon saint sneered. Humph. The demon saint called Chu Hung did not say anything. He cultivated the eternal demon body and had achieved minor success in it. His demon body was strong enough to fight against the strongest sacred-level Tao artifact. However, he knew that he couldn't handle so many demonic snakes. These are Nether Sea demonic snakes. They rarely come ashore. What's going on? A female demon saint with a strange and enchanting aura suddenly said, Feng Ji, do you know the origin of these demonic snakes? He Xiong's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The female demon saint called Feng Ji walked out with a smile and said, These demonic snakes are unique to the Nether Sea. They are invulnerable and extremely venomous. How do we deal with these demonic snakes? He Xiong asked hurriedly. Gu Fei watched quietly from the side. Simple. Feng Ji smiled. What? Simple? Even that demon saint Scarlet Star got his lunchbox. Chu Hung said loudly, That's the truth. These Nether Sea demonic snakes are most afraid of fire. Nether Sea demonic snakes are nowhere to be seen. Feng Ji said disapprovingly. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at a golden-haired youth. This guy was called Hui Yaoming. He escaped from the Fire Continent and was a fire demon saint. Why are you all looking at me? Hui Yaoming's hair stood on end. What else can I do? He Xiong looked at Hui Yaoming with a faint smile. He Xiong, I can't do it. Hui Yaoming immediately admitted defeat. Damn, these demonic snakes are so powerful. If I go up, won't I end up like that demon saint Scarlet Star? I won't even be able to preserve my corpse and turn into a puddle of blood? This guy who escaped from the Fire Continent to the Nether Continent admitted defeat. The Fire Continent also had demonic cultivators. This Hui Yaoming was a fire-type demonic cultivator. The mysterious dragon lady's attack on the Fire Continent had affected the entire Fire Continent. Countless Fire Continent cultivators fled the Fire Continent. Even the Fire Continent's old ancestor was crippled. Who would dare to stay in the Fire Continent? However, after coming to the Nether Continent, Hui Yaoming was in a miserable state. He wanted to take the risk and head to the Nether God Island to reap some benefits. Who would have thought that before he even set off, he would encounter such a situation? Didn't Feng Ji say that the Nether Sea demonic snakes are afraid of fire? Only you cultivate the fire-type power. Only you can go up. We will cheer you on. Yeah, we want to help too. But we aren't fire-type cultivators. Sorry, but we can't help. Everyone said. So long-winded. Gu Fei stepped forward and kicked Hui Yaoming's butt. Hua. Yaoming immediately flew up and fell towards the pier. The pier was filled with Nether Sea demonic snakes. These demonic snakes were eating the puddle of blood that Demon Saint Scarlet Star had turned into. Gu Hong, fuck, this daddy isn't finished with you. Hui Yaoming looked at the Nether Sea demonic snakes on the ground and was about to explode. He desperately circulated the mystic, demonic fire technique. An incomparably powerful demonic fire erupted from his body, turning him into a huge fireball as he smashed into the pier. "You're awesome." At this time, everyone gave a thumbs up to Gu Fei, who had changed his name to Gu Hong. This Gu Hong was direct and violent enough. He settled everything with one kick. Chapter 4782. It had to be said that nature was mysterious. Everything in the world had a natural counterforce to each other. Hua Yaoming's cultivation level was lower than Scarlet Star's, who was killed by the Nether Sea Devil Snake. However, he was able to disperse the Nether Sea Devil Snakes on the pier. This was because the Nether Sea Devil Snakes were afraid of fire. That scared me to death. Hua Yaoming stood on the pier, his legs trembling and his forehead perspiring. Even his voice was trembling. "This fella is too timid." Everyone was disdainful. Originally, He Xiong had recruited 10 Devil Path saints to go out to sea. Including himself, there were 11 Devil Saints. Although such a force wasn't very strong, it was more than enough to go out to sea. The Nether Sea of the Nether Continent was different from the West Sea of the Celestial Continent. There were very few pirates on the Nether Sea because it was very dangerous. No one knew how many terrifying demonic creatures were hidden in the Nether Sea. If they were not careful, they would definitely be dead if they encountered an extreme Dao or even an eternal Dao demonic creature. However, He Xiong had a relatively safe route in his hands. If they followed this route, they would be able to reach the Nether God Island safely. It was just relatively safe. This was because there was no absolute safety on the Nether Sea. No wonder there is no one at the pier. Looks like they were all eaten by the Nether Sea Devil Snake. He Xiong led the group of demon sages to the pier. He frowned when he saw Scarlet Star's clothes on the ground. The Nether Sea Devil Snake did not even leave a corpse behind. The Nether Sea Devil Snake's venom was terrifying. It could turn a sage expert's body into a puddle of blood. There should be no one on the ship. "Let's go and take a look," He Xiong said to a demon sage beside him. This demon sage looked ferocious and had a bone necklace strung with skulls on his neck. "White Bone Demon Sage, Boss He asked you to go up. Why aren't you going up?" Feng Ji glanced at White Bone Demon Sage and said, "Humph." White Bone Devil sneered. Then he leaped up and landed on the black ship. This black ship was the Black Devil ship that they were going to board. "Come on up." Soon, White Bone Demon Saint's voice came from the cabin. When everyone heard this, they all jumped onto the Black Devil. The deck was very clean, but there were many clothes and various demonic artifacts scattered on it. It was obvious that the owner of these clothes had been eaten by the Nether Sea Devil Snake. Because of Hua Yaoming, the Netherworld Sea Devil Snake did not appear again. This made everyone relax. Although the mysterious demonic fire technique wasn't a top-notch technique, it was still a fire elemental demonic technique. Once the Nether Sea Devil Snake sensed the fire elemental aura, it would hide far away. "The sailors are all dead? What should we do?" Everyone was dumbfounded. "Get ready to set sail. I'll take the helm myself." He Xiong shouted at the crowd. "The Black Boss is personally steering the helm." Everyone was surprised and bewildered. Soon, the Black Devil set out to sea. After the Black Devil ship left the dock, the Nether Sea Devil Snakes appeared on the dock again. "You were the one who kicked me out, weren't you?" At this time, Hua Yaoming came to find Gu Fei. On the deck, everyone was excited when they saw that there was a show to watch. Demonic cultivators loved to fight. They would never mind watching a show. "Brother Gu Hong, that kick of yours was really amazing," White Bone Devil Sage said with a smile. If it wasn't for Brother Gu Hong's kick, this coward might still be at the dock. Another Devil Sage said, "Who are you calling a coward?" Hua Yaoming roared at the Devil Sage. This Devil Sage was tall and skinny. His name was Sky Wind Devil Sage. "I said you're a coward. So what? What can you do to me? Sky Wind Devil Sage sneered. I'll settle the score with you later. Hua Yaoming said as he stared at Gu Fei, who had changed his name to Gu Hong. You dared to kick me. How are you going to settle the score? Hua Yaoming stared at Gu Fei and sneered. You can settle it however you want. Gu Fei said indifferently. Very good, then eat my foot too. Hua Yaoming said as he sent a kick towards Gu Fei's face. A layer of mystical, demonic fire appeared on his right leg. Humph. Gu Fei extended his right hand and grabbed Hua Yaoming's right leg. He then threw Hua Yaoming into the air and smashed him on the deck. Bam! Everyone heard a dull thud and the entire black devil shook violently. If it wasn't for the protection of the demonic Tao, the deck would have been smashed through. Seeing this scene, everyone on the deck was dumbfounded. Their eyeballs almost fell off the deck. Hua Yaoming was smashed to the point where he felt like his bones were falling apart. His entire body was in excruciating pain as he laid on the deck. He couldn't even stand up for a while. Hua Yaoming was a fire element devil sage. How could he be defeated by this Gu Hong guy in one move? Everyone looked at Gu Fei in a different light. Who else needs to be fixed? Gu Fei calmly swept his gaze across the crowd. These fellows were arrogant and unruly. Only by teaching them a lesson would they not dare to make any noise. Everyone was speechless. Although some of the devil sages were unhappy, they didn't dare to do anything. Hua Yaoming was a good example. Humph. Brother Gu Hong, you're also too condescending. White-Bone Devil Sage walked out and said coldly, I am arrogant. So what? Gu Fei was very domineering. In order to suppress these guys' demonic flames, he had to be stronger than them. Then let me experience Brother Gu Hong's means. As White-Bone Devil Sage spoke, the 18 skulls on his neck lit up and a terrifying demonic Tao aura erupted. This guy, the rest of the people on the deck immediately moved away. The skulls on White-Bone Devil Sage's neck flew up and turned into the size of a wheel. They bit at Gu Fei, and each skull was still spitting out terrifying demonic flames. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Facing such a powerful attack, he still looked calm. The 18 skulls of White-Bone Devil Sage were a very powerful demonic Tao artifact. Each skull was refined from the skull of a sage, realm, demonic Tao expert. When the 18 skulls attacked together, even a great sage devil sage would have to flee. This was the source of White-Bone Devil Sage's confidence. This Gu Hong is courting death. Yeah, this kid is too arrogant. The consequences of being arrogant are tragic. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei. Only He Xiong, who was at the helm, frowned but didn't say anything. Chapter 4783. In the Nether Continent, above the Nether Sea, a black demonic ship was moving rapidly on the surface of the sea. This black demonic ship was the Black Devil. On the deck of the Black Devil, there was a vast amount of demonic qi. 18 skulls lunged towards Gu Fei at the same time. The demonic might was shocking. The rest of the people on the deck dodged. The White-Bone Devil Sage used his trump card right from the start. He wanted to take Gu Fei down a notch. However, the White-Bone Devil Sage underestimated Gu Fei and overestimated himself. However, the others were not optimistic about Gu Fei. The White-Bone Devil Sage was not an ordinary devil sage. He was a great sage. Moreover, these 18 skulls were a terrifyingly powerful demonic Tao treasure crafted by White-Bone Devil Sage. Even if Gu Fei was a great sage, he was definitely not a match for the White-Bone Devil Sage. However, it was a pity that Gu Fei was not a great sage. He was a half-step eternal realm existence. Moreover, his martial body was a genuine eternal martial body. This guy is dead meat. Overestimating himself. Everyone was already imagining the scene of Gu Fei being torn apart by the 18 skulls. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned by what happened next. They were all dumbfounded. They saw Gu Fei slap the 18 skulls, which were the size of wheels, away. 2 of the skulls even shattered in the void. How? How is this possible? Hui Yaoming, who had retreated to the side, turned pale with fright. You dare to damage my Tao weapon? The white-boned devil sage spat out a mouthful of demonic blood. The destruction of his natal Tao weapon was a huge blow to him. TSK, I still want to hurt you. Gu Fei took a step forward and reached out with his right hand. He grabbed the white-boned devil snake's neck and lifted the devil sage into the air. The white-boned devil sage was really frightened. He saw Gu Fei make a move, but he could not avoid Gu Fei's grab. Have mercy! He Xiong couldn't sit still anymore. You're all looking for trouble. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and angry. The skulls that were slapped away by Gu Fei fell into the sea and floated on the surface of the sea. Are you convinced? Gu Fei didn't care about He Xiong. This fella wasn't a good person. If he was tortured by this white-boned devil sage, this fella definitely wouldn't stand up for him. I refuse to accept this. White-boned demon saint roared. Bam! Gu Fei clenched his left fist and punched white-boned demon saint. In the next moment, a bone-cracking sound was heard from white-boned demon saint's body. White-boned devil sage was hit by Gu Fei's punch until all the bones in his body felt like they were falling apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fellow Taoist Gu, please show mercy. He Xiong said hurriedly, as long as he submits, I will let him go. Gu Fei said indifferently. This, He Xiong's expression, changed several times. Bam! Gu Fei continued to attack. He had never been lenient when it came to these demonic cultivators. His punch caused white-boned demon saint's chest to cave in. I surrender, I surrender. Stop hitting me. At this moment, white-boned demon saint was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified. Was he really going to be beaten to death by this fella? Humph! You can't even take a few punches and still dare to be presumptuous in front of me. You're simply courting death. Gu Fei threw white-boned demon saint to the ground and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at these fellas indifferently. These demonic cultivators didn't dare to make eye contact with Gu Fei. White-boned demon saint recalled his skulls. What the hell is going on? Another 2 are missing? White-boned demon saint almost vomited blood. His heart was already bleeding after 2 of his skulls were smashed by Gu Fei. Now another 2 were missing. This was a huge loss. Boom! At this moment there was a loud sound. The entire black ship shook violently. It was actually hit by some living creature in the sea. The entire black ship was sent flying. What? Everyone on the ship turned pale with fright. Roar! A sound that seemed to come from ancient times was heard. Then, everyone saw a huge figure diving into the sea. What's that? It seems to be the Overlord Whale. What? The Overlord Whale? Everyone was shocked. Humph! A demon saint suddenly soared into the sky. Then he grabbed the void with his left hand. A demonic bow immediately appeared in his hand. The person who made the move was called Moon-Shooting Demon Saint. He knocked an arrow and shot it into the sea. Boom! A gigantic beast charged out of the sea and bit down on the moon-shooting demon sage, who was in the sky. Compared to this huge beast, moon-shooting demon saint's figure was too small. If the blood plate sucked in, even tens of thousands of people would be swallowed by this huge beast. A saber radiance soared into the sky. A demon saint who used the saber to enter the Tao had made his move. An extremely sharp saber chi spread out, causing gusts of wind to blow in the surroundings. The other great demon saints also made their moves. If this gigantic beast were to crash into and sink the demonic ship, it would be fun. Gu Fei did not make a move. He wanted to watch the show first. Soon, the giant beast in the sea was shot through the head by the moon-shooting demon saint, and it died instantly. At this time, more and more demonic creatures in the sea were attracted by the blood. There were many powerful demonic creatures among them. This made He Xiong and the others very careful. They left quickly. After sailing for more than 10 hours, a huge island finally appeared in front of them. "That's Underworld God Island?" someone said in shock. "That's right. The demonic creatures on the island are extremely powerful. We must not be careless." He Xiong stared at the huge island in front of him with a solemn expression. "We will only go to this ancient battlefield. We will not go anywhere else. If you want to go somewhere else, I won't stop you." He Xiong continued. If someone was courting death, he would not be able to stop them. "Got it, Boss He." Hu Yaoming and the others were getting impatient. The closer they got to Underworld God Island, the more careful He Xiong became. No one knew what kind of powerful demonic creatures were lurking in the sea. Although Underworld God Island was in sight, they still sailed for half a day before they got close to the island. However, just as everyone was feeling extremely excited, a fireball suddenly flew out of Underworld God Island and smashed directly at their black devil ship. Humph! He Xiong activated the demonic ship's protective barrier. Boom! The fireball exploded in the sky, and a scorching wave of air spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. They looked in the direction where the fireball came from and saw a giant ape with fiery red fur standing on a cliff by the sea. It's a demon fire ape. Chapter 4784. They finally arrived at Underworld God Island. Along the way, they encountered many nether sea demonic creatures, but most of them were killed by Gu Fei and the others. This did not mean that there were no powerful demonic creatures in the nether sea. On the contrary, there were many powerful demonic creatures in the nether sea. There were many extreme Tao-level demonic creatures and even eternal-level demonic creatures. Of course, demonic creatures of this level would not show themselves easily. Gu Fei and the others were attacked before their black devil demonic ship could even reach the shore. It was a demonic fire ape. A great sage-level demonic aura erupted from the demonic fire ape's body. That beast, the moon-shooting demon, Saint took out his deity-slaying bow, stood on the deck, and slowly drew the bow in his hand. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly gathered towards him and the bow. A magic arrow materialized on the magic bow. Swoosh! The moon-shooting demon, Saint drew the bow to the fullest extent and released it. The demonic arrow turned into a demonic light that instantly pierced through the void and shot towards the demonic fire ape on the cliff. Roar! The demonic fire ape roared and retreated immediately. However, it was too late. The demonic light pierced through the demonic fire ape's body. Then, the entire demonic fire ape shattered in the void, its body and soul destroyed. Great archery! All the demon saints on the deck could not help but cheer when they saw this. The moon-shooting demon saint was very pleased with himself. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw a roar coming from the mountains on the coast. Then, red figures rushed out from the mountains one after another. That is, He Xiong immediately steered the Black Devil ship and fled. There were red figures all over the mountains. They were all demonic fire apes. Moreover, every demonic fire ape was a sage-level existence. There were countless demon saints. How is this possible? Hu Yaoming and the others were already stunned by the scene on Underworld God Island. Nothing is impossible on Underworld God Island, Yi Zichen said with a smile. He Xiong said with a solemn expression. On the mountain ridge by the shore, countless demonic fire apes were roaring at the demonic ship that Gu Fei and the others were on. Then balls of fire rushed out from the shore and bombarded the demonic ship. He Xiong didn't dare to delay and immediately activated the demonic ship's protective barrier. A ball of demonic light enveloped the entire demonic ship. Fireballs fell from the sky and smashed into the demonic ship's light shield, causing the entire shield to shake violently. Under He Xiong's control, the demonic ship quickly left the coast. Soon, the demonic ship rushed out of the fireball's range and was temporarily safe. I say, Black Boss, this Nether God Island is so strange. Won't we die at any time if we go there? Hui Yaoming's heart palpitated as he spoke. He was frightened by the scene just now. That was countless demonic fire apes. If they swarmed over, even a quasi-extreme grade sovereign would have to flee. TCH, if you're a coward, then you can just hide on the ship. White-Bone Devil Saint said coldly. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If we want to obtain good things, we have to take the risk. The other Devil Saints were very excited. This Nether God Island definitely had incredible opportunities. If they could obtain these opportunities, they would be able to soar to the sky in one go. Devil Dao people were all brave and ruthless people. The heaven-defying cultivation resources on Nether God Island were their goal for this trip. The demonic ship left the place where the demonic fire apes were and chose to land on a shallow beach. This was one of the few relatively safe places to land on Nether God Island. Of course, on a place like Nether God Island, there was no place that was absolutely safe. The shallow beach was clear at a glance, and there were no demonic creatures. However, behind the beach was a forest. No one knew if there were any powerful demonic creatures hiding in the forest. Go ashore. After stopping the ship, He Xiong directly jumped onto the beach. The other Devil Saints also jumped onto the beach. When Gu Fei landed on the beach, he didn't see any animal footprints. This was somewhat abnormal. One must know that there were many demonic creatures in the Netherworld Sea. The demonic creatures in the sea would also come ashore, and the demonic creatures on the island would also go to the seaside to hunt the demonic creatures in the sea. This beach is strange, Gu Fei suddenly said. What? Everyone tensed up when they heard this. They knew of Gu Fei's capabilities because Hui Yaoming and White-Bone Devil Saint had been taught a terrible lesson by Gu Fei previously. Even He Xiong frowned. Boom! At this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly broke through the ground and rushed out from the crowd. It swallowed a Devil Saint in one gulp and then burrowed into the beach. The group of Devil Dao experts was scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. It's a Devil Sand Dragon. He Xiong exclaimed. That black shadow was like a huge dragon that directly burrowed into the beach and disappeared. There was not even a trace of the place where the Devil Sand Dragon had burrowed into. When they set off, there were 11 Devil Saints. One of them, Scarlet Star Devil Saint, died at the pier. Now they had just arrived at Netherworld God Island, and yet another Devil Saint was swallowed by a Devil Sand Dragon. This Devil Sand Dragon was like a huge earthworm with black scales all over its body. It had a huge bloody mouth, filled with sharp inverted teeth. Get off the beach! He Xiong roared at everyone. Even without his roar, everyone rushed towards the forest outside the beach with all their might. Gu Fei carefully sensed the vibrations of the sand beneath his feet. With his quasi-eternal spiritual force, he could sense the subtle vibrations coming from the inside of the beach. It's coming again. Be careful. Gu Fei shouted. What? The group of Devil Saints turned pale with fright. With a scream, another Devil Saint was swallowed by a Devil Sand Dragon that rushed out of the beach. The others had successfully escaped into the forest. This was no longer the beach area. The Devil Sand Dragon could only travel on the beach. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, just when everyone thought that the danger was over, a sharp thorn fell from the sky and nailed a Devil Saint to the ground. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Gu Fei looked up and saw a huge devil spider coiled on a big tree. It used its spear-like front leg to stab a Devil Saint to death. Preposterous! He Xiong was furious. These were the people he had recruited. Yet 3 of them died at once. They were still very far from the ancient battlefield ruins. If they continued to die like this, they would probably be annihilated before they could reach the battlefield ruins. Swoosh! He Xiong attacked. A dazzling saber gleam shot out from his hand and split the devil spider on top of the tree in half. The devil spider's blood splattered down. Everything that came into contact with the devil spider's blood emitted black smoke. What the F***? There's poison? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, there were only 7 of them left. Chapter 4785. Underworld God Island was definitely not an immortal treasure land. There were powerful, demonic creatures everywhere, and danger lurked everywhere. Here, there were ancient battlefield ruins, heaven-defying divine medicines, cave residences of ancient almighties, and treasures that even eternal ones coveted. Although Underworld God Island was full of dangers, there were also great opportunities. However, Underworld God Island's great opportunities and fortunes could not be obtained by just anyone. Moreover, this was a place that even eternal ones were unwilling to set foot on. This was because Underworld God Island was shrouded in a power that surpassed the eternal realm. Even eternal ones, as long as they set foot on this island, their eternal realm cultivation base would be directly suppressed to the sacred realm. Moreover, those eternal ones whose cultivation base was suppressed to the sacred realm would be in danger of dying on the island if they were not careful. This was also the reason why no one was willing to set foot on Underworld God Island. Generally, those who ventured to the island were sacred realm experts, and very few extreme Daos would appear, not to mention half-step eternal and eternal existences. Because of the existence of the power that surpassed the eternal realm, the creatures on Underworld God Island could only cultivate to the sacred realm and could not advance any further. This was also the reason why, among the large group of demonic fire apes that Gufei and the others encountered before, there was not a single demonic fire ape king that surpassed the sacred realm. This island is too dangerous. At this time, Gufei and the others looked at the huge demonic spider that Heixiong had split in half with a saber, and they could not help but be dumbfounded. They had just set foot on the island, and 3 demon sages had already died. Wanting to obtain fortunes without taking risks. How can there be such a good thing in this world? White Bone Demon Saint sneered. That's right. If anyone is afraid, just stay here and wait for us. Of course, if anyone wants to go back, then go on your own. We won't send you off. Heixiong glanced at everyone, his expression extremely solemn. This, Hu Yaoming and the others hesitated. They wanted to leave, but without Heixiong leading the way, who could leave? Moreover, the sea was not necessarily safer than the island. Let's do it. Boss Hei, lead the way. Hua Yaoming gritted his teeth. Heixiong took out a map from his body, and everyone gathered around him. Gufei also went up to take a look. It was a simple map with the names of the places marked on it. Their current location was more than 300 kilometers away from the ancient battlefield ruins, and they had to pass through a mountain range. Blackfire Ridge? What the hell is this? Everyone was bewildered. Let's go. Heixiong put away the map and everyone set off. This time around, everyone carefully followed Heixiong. Since Heixiong was leading the charge, he was even more nervous. If he was not careful, even a veteran like Heixiong would die on Underworld God Island. This guy was wearing a protective demonic armor and held a demonic saber in his hand. His eyes were alert and his ears were alert. This was not an exaggeration at all. Since Heixiong had dared to enter Underworld God Island and had escaped unscathed more than once, it was definitely not because of luck. Gufei leisurely walked at the back. He was not as nervous as the others because, although his cultivation was suppressed here, he had a genuine eternal martial body. A saint-level creature wanted to injure the eternal martial body? What a joke. There was no path on Underworld God Island at all. Of course, this was not a problem for Heixiong. He swung his saber, and the saber radiance soared for thousands of meters. Wherever the saber radiance passed, everything was cut into pieces by the saber chi. Heixiong opened up a path directly toward Blackfire Ridge. Roar! After walking for more than 10 kilometers, a roar was heard from the depths of the mountain range. Then a huge demonic shadow rushed out of the mountain range and pounced on Heixiong. Everyone was shocked. The demonic shadow that rushed out of the mountain range was a demonic dragon that was as large as a hill. This demonic dragon had 2 wings, and when it came close, it spat out a mouthful of demonic fire at Heixiong and the others. The flames soared into the sky, and anything that came into contact with the demonic fire was instantly burned to ashes. Seal, He-xiong performed a demonic art, and the demonic fire that rushed toward them directly hit a transparent wall and exploded in the air. All the demonic fire was blocked. Kill. At the same time, the moon-shooting demon saint roared and shot an arrow at the demonic dragon. The arrow was shot out like lightning, and it was extremely fast. The demonic dragon screamed in pain as its body was pierced by the moon-shooting demon saint's arrow. It immediately turned to flee in fear. Fleeing? At that moment, a cold laugh was heard, and a dozen skulls flew up and trapped the demonic dragon. The white-boned demon saint made his move. The dozen or so wheel-sized skulls swarmed up, and the dragon that had charged out of the mountain ridge in a menacing manner was only able to let out half a scream before it was devoured by the dozen or so skulls, turning it into a dried corpse, and it breathed its last. Gu Fei discovered that after the skulls devoured the essence of the demonic dragon, their ferocity increased greatly, and each skull was spitting demonic fire. After killing the demonic dragon, they continued on their journey. The closer they got to the Blackfire Ridge, the stronger the demonic creatures they encountered. When they entered the Blackfire Ridge, a demonic bear rushed out. It was a great sage-level demonic bear. When the demonic bear stomped on the ground, the earth trembled, and sharp stone pillars rushed out of the ground and stabbed at Gu Fei and the others. Everyone rushed into the sky at the first moment. Whoosh! The demonic bear slapped at them with its paw, and a gust of wind blew, and the surrounding sand and stones were sent flying. Swoosh! The moon-shooting demon saint shot an arrow at the demonic bear. However, this time, when the demonic arrow hit the demonic bear's body, it was shattered into pieces, and the demonic bear was completely fine. Earth demonic bear? When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but frown. The underworld god Island had a great force that suppressed everything. Here, he could only use the power of a sage. However, he had an invincible, eternal martial body. No matter how powerful the demonic bear was, it could not threaten him. He came here for the fusion of Path's fruit. With the fusion of Path's fruit, he could instantly restore his eternal realm cultivation. However, he had to look for the fusion of Path's fruit carefully. At this time, the 6 great demon saints were sent flying by the demonic bear. Boom! Gu Fei casually punched out and blocked the demonic earthen bear's palm strike. Violent power spread out in all directions, uprooting trees and sending them flying into the sky. This guy, He-xiong, and the others thought they had overestimated this guy, called Gu Hong. But now they realized to their dismay that they had underestimated this guy. The combat strength that Gu Fei displayed stunned He-xiong and the other great demon saints. Chapter 4786. Underworld God Island was shrouded by an inexplicable power. Even if an eternal expert stepped onto the island, his cultivation would be suppressed to the great sage realm. Even an old antique like Wu Tianheng would not dare to set foot on Underworld God Island. Although Gu Fei had a powerful eternal martial body, his cultivation was suppressed to the sage realm by this power. This was a power that surpassed the eternal realm. Boom! Bang! Gu Fei was incomparably fierce. He directly collided with the demonic earth bear. Everywhere he passed, the rocks and trees were all shattered. The mountain ridge was in chaos. This Gu Hong, he has hidden his strength well. This guy's cultivation is at least at the peak of the sage realm. He-xiong and the others who had directly dodged were shocked when they saw the scene. At this time, they realized that they had seriously underestimated this guy. At this time, Gu Fei operated a mysterious technique. His powerful Yuan Qi was actually transformed into demonic Qi. The demonic Qi was monstrous, like a peerless demon descending to the world. Gu Fei's primordial chaos Qi was originally the ancestor Qi of heaven and earth. It could be transformed into any Qi between heaven and earth. Demonic Qi was also a kind of Qi between heaven and earth. Bang! Gu Fei blasted out a dozen punches in a row. This punch landed on the body of the demonic earth bear. The demonic earth bear was blasted a dozen miles away and directly hit a short mountain. Roar! The demonic earth bear roared. Endless earth element demonic chi surged out from the ground and then madly gathered towards the demonic earth bear. Boom! A tyrannical demonic chi erupted from the short mountain. The entire short mountain was directly shattered. Countless mountain rocks and soil flew in all directions. The outer area of Blackfire Ridge was suddenly in chaos. Countless demonic creatures scrambled to avoid the flying rocks. Roar! The demonic earth bear shattered the short mountain and directly pounced towards Gu Fei. Its ferocious power was monstrous. Kill! Gu Fei also roared and then rushed towards the demonic earth bear. The two figures instantly collided. The demonic earth bear was once again sent flying by Gu Fei. There was no suspense because Gu Fei possessed the supreme eternal martial body. This time, Gu Fei took a step in the void and caught up with the demonic earth bear that was sent flying. Then he kicked the demonic earth bear to the ground. Rumble! The ground collapsed, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Dust flew everywhere. This, He Xiong and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. There was nothing they could do about it. Gu Fei's battle prowess was just too strong. He had created a huge crater in the ground with every step he took. In Eternal World, the mountains, rocks, and soil were incomparably tough. The average cultivator would have a hard time destroying them. This was related to the heavenly Tao of Eternal World. The stronger the heavenly Tao, the more stable the world would be, and the harder it would be to destroy the world. Gu Fei and the demonic earth bear charged into the ground. The ground undulated like waves, as if there was a huge dragon moving underground. Suddenly, everything calmed down. What happened? The demon saints were all shocked. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. He was holding a huge head in his hand. It was the head of the demonic earth bear. You killed the demonic earth bear. The demon saints looked at Gu Fei as if they were looking at a monster. Hui Yaoming, if you are not blind, you would not have said something so stupid. The moon-shooting demon saint sneered. Ha ha! The other demon saints laughed when they heard this. Humph! Hui Yaoming felt that he had lost face, but there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked him to be the weakest among the demon sages? The weak had no right to speak. Bang! Gu Fei threw the head of the demonic earth bear in front of He Xiong and the others. He Xiong and the others were shocked. Who are you? He Xiong stared at Gu Fei and asked, Does it matter who I am? Gu Fei smiled. The demon saints were speechless. All right, I only have one goal in coming here, and that is the Tao fusion fruit. If you can tell me where to find it, I will help you get what you want. Gu Fei smiled. Tao fusion fruit? He Xiong's expression turned odd when he heard this. The legendary Tao fusion fruit? How do we know where it is? The white bone demon saint exclaimed. Could it be that someone is injured and wants to use the Tao fusion fruit to heal? He Xiong said, In the eternal world, the Tao fusion fruit was generally used to heal injuries of the great Tao or to comprehend the heavenly Tao and break through the shackles of cultivation. The Tao fusion fruit was precious because peak extreme Tao experts could also use it to improve their cultivation and break through to the eternal realm. It was a peerless divine medicine that even extreme Tao experts would covet. Looks like you know where the Tao fusion fruit is. Gu Fei looked at He Xiong and said, Yes, I know. He Xiong admitted. Can you tell me? Gu Fei said, looking at He Xiong with a smile. Didn't you say that as long as someone can tell you where the Tao fusion fruit is, you will help them obtain what they want? He Xiong looked at Gu Fei with a grim expression. Ha ha ha! Got it. What do you want? Gu Fei laughed. I will tell you when we reach the ancient battlefield ruins. He Xiong suddenly became excited. Then let's go. What are you waiting for? Gu Fei said. All right. He Xiong turned and continued leading the way. They had all seen the map and knew that the ancient battlefield ruins would be after crossing Blackfire Ridge. However, it was not easy to cross the Blackfire Ridge. Just one demonic earthen bear had left them in a terrible state. If it weren't for Gu Fei, that demonic earthen bear alone could have killed off He Xiong and the others. That demonic earthen bear cultivated earth-type demonic energy. As long as there was earth chi, it would be difficult to kill the demonic earthen bear. He Xiong carefully avoided some of the powerful demonic creatures in Blackfire Ridge. Even Gu Fei admired He Xiong's rich experience. However, as soon as they reached the highest ridge of Blackfire Ridge, black shadows appeared silently around them and surrounded them. What? Everyone's shock was no small matter. It's the shadow fiends. We're doomed, He Xiong suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, those black shadows pounced at them silently. Don't let those shadows touch you, He Xiong reminded loudly. What? As soon as a great demon saint was touched by a black shadow, the great demon saint turned into dust and scattered on the ground. He died silently just like that. Seeing this scene, everyone was scared out of their wits. Gu Fei was the only one who remained calm. Everyone hurried to avoid those silent demonic shadows, except for Gu Fei, who threw a punch at the black shadow that pounced at him. The powerful fist force directly shattered the demonic shadow. Chapter 4787. When Gu Fei and the rest were crossing the Blackfire Ridge, they encountered a group of strange demonic shadows that pounced on them silently. A great demon saint accidentally touched a demon shadow, and his whole body instantly turned into a kind of black dust that scattered on the ground. Even the things on his body turned into black dust. Seeing that, He Xiong and the rest turned pale with fright and immediately fled. Only Gu Fei attacked those black shadows. However, to Gu Fei's surprise, a demonic shadow was smashed by his fist, but the strange demonic shadow that was smashed by him condensed again in an instant. This is interesting. Gu Fei dodged the demonic shadow that was pouncing on him. Then he used his hand as a sword and swung it. A dazzling sword radiance appeared and cut the demonic shadow into two. However, the demonic shadow that was cut into two recovered in an instant. What should we do? He Xiong and the others were all avoiding these strange demonic shadows. None of them dared to touch these strange demonic shadows because they had learned their lesson from the previous incident. Who would dare to touch these demonic shadows? They are all shadows. Gu Fei soon discovered that these strange demonic phantoms were actually existences like shadows. They could be seen, but they were intangible. However, when they touched a living being, the living being would instantly turn into black ash. Shadow Devil, I have to find its real body. Gu Fei released his divine telekinesis while dodging those strange demonic shadows. He could only use the divine telekinesis of a sage. His divine telekinesis instantly enveloped an area with a radius of more than 10 miles around him. However, he could not sense the existence of any powerful demonic creatures near the Blackfire Ridge, which surprised him. This Shadow Devil seemed to be quite capable. You guys go first. Gu Fei said to He Xiong and the rest. Okay. He Xiong and the rest hurriedly responded and retreated far away. Gu Fei, on the other hand, displayed his invincible might and blocked the other demonic shadows. Seeing that, the rest of them ran for more than 10 miles as if they were running for their lives. Gu Fei brought up the rear. Although these strange demonic shadows are hard to destroy, I don't necessarily have to fight to the death with these strange demonic shadows. Gu Fei caught up with He Xiong and the others. He looked back and saw that the strange demonic shadows behind them had disappeared. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Let's go. At that moment, the surrounding area suddenly shook. A powerful demonic power erupted. It was as if a terrifying demon had awakened in the mountains. The mountains behind them were shrouded in devil chi. Within the demonic aura, there seemed to be countless demonic shadows looming. What the hell is this? Gu Fei was bewildered. Everyone ran madly and soon left the range of the mountain ridge. At this moment, they saw an endless wasteland suddenly appear in front of them. The tall trees suddenly disappeared, and all that could be seen were withered grass and rocks. Among the withered grass and rocks, countless bones were scattered. This is the ancient battlefield ruin. Be careful. He Xiong was also nervous and excited. Since we're here, tell me, what do you want? Gu Fei said to He Xiong. Demon origin fruit. I want the demon origin fruit. He Xiong said. Demon origin fruit? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. This was a kind of demonic fruit that could enhance the cultivation of demonic cultivators. It was rare in the world. They didn't expect to see it in the ancient battlefield. Okay, lead the way. Gu Fei nodded. He Xiong didn't waste any more time and directly walked into the ancient battlefield ruin. On Underworld God Island, something earth-shattering had happened. This ancient battlefield was huge, and there were bones everywhere. The demonic aura here was very strange. In some places, the demonic aura was so strong that even a sage-level great demon saint would be afraid and not dare to approach. In some places, the demonic aura was so weak that it was almost undetectable. In this place, immortal demonic power gathered. The demonic patterns of the great path that had not dissipated for thousands of years still had terrifying power. Once these demonic patterns were touched, even a great demon saint would die. Obviously, this wasn't He Xiong's first time in this ancient battlefield ruin. He avoided the places with strong demonic aura along the way, but even so, they still encountered danger. It was a white skeleton that blocked their way. This was an undying demonic creature. In the skull, there was a ball of demonic fire burning, bursting with the power of a peak sage-level expert. No one dared to be careless in the face of such an undying demonic soul. Don't fight with me. This demonic bone is mine. White Bone Demon Saint walked up. This undying demonic soul's bone looked extraordinary at first glance. On the bone, there were pitch-black demonic patterns, and each demonic pattern was glowing. Obviously, this demonic bone had surpassed the sage level. It was at least a half-step extreme Dao demonic bone. This demonic bone itself was a half-step extreme Dao demonic artifact. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Since someone was making a move, he was happy to watch the show from the side. The battle broke out. White Bone Demon Saint activated the skull necklace, and a dozen skulls soared into the sky, pouncing on the undying demonic soul. Powerful demonic power erupted. Buzz! At the same time, the undying demonic soul also made a move. A powerful spiritual will burst out from the undying demonic soul's skull. The dozen skulls that were pouncing on the undying demonic soul were directly blown away by this sudden burst of spiritual will. Such a powerful spiritual will. Gu Fei was a little surprised. At this moment, the undying demonic soul pounced on White Bone Demon Saint, and a pair of bone claws tore at White Bone Demon Saint. White Bone Demon Saint was shocked. He was dizzy from the opponent's spiritual will, and he could only retreat quickly. Although he retreated quickly, the clothes on his chest were still scratched by the undying demonic soul's bone claws, and there were 3 cuts on his clothes, but he wasn't injured. These two fellas were evenly matched. Gu Fei could tell at a glance that it wouldn't be easy for these two fellas to decide the winner. Sure enough, White Bone Demon Saint and the undying demonic soul started fighting, and for a moment they were evenly matched. Demonic chi surged, and the surrounding sand and pebbles flew. Quickly get rid of this undying demonic soul. He Xiong shouted at White Bone Demon Saint. He Xiong, why don't we attack together? Hu Yaoming said, it won't be good if we alarm the other demonic souls. Moon, Shooting Demon, Saint said as he looked around. Then let's attack together. Why are you still talking nonsense? Gu Fei said impatiently. The other demon sages looked at each other and pounced on the undying demonic soul. Only He Xiong didn't make a move. The 4 great demon sages attacked the undying demonic soul, and soon the demonic fire in the undying demonic soul's skull was dispersed, and it was killed. However, just as they killed the undying demonic soul, Gu Fei was shocked to find that they were surrounded by countless undying demonic souls. Chapter 4788. The ancient battlefield relic was much more dangerous than they had imagined. This was definitely not He Xiong's first time entering the ancient battlefield relic. However, this was his first time encountering something like this. Countless undead demon spirits silently appeared around them. At first glance, they were all skeletons. Each of their skulls had a demonic soul flame burning inside them, and 2 beams of demonic light shot out from their eye sockets. This was simply an army of undying demon spirits. Seeing this, even He Xiong felt his hair stand on end. Hua Yaoming's legs were trembling and his face was pale. The others were terrified as well. They had only managed to kill 1 undying demon soul by working together, but now countless undying demon souls suddenly appeared. What could they do now? There was nothing to play with. Damn it! Why is my luck so bad? He Xiong said viciously. He Xiong, you've really screwed us over this time. The demoness, known as Feng Ji, said coldly. Do you think I want to encounter these damn things? He Xiong said angrily. Nether God Island was a famous forbidden area in the entire Nether continent and even in the entire eternal world. Not many people were willing to set foot on this island. 9 out of 10 people who set foot on this island would not be able to leave. Annihilation of a whole team was a common occurrence on Nether God Island. Although this place was dangerous, it also had an abundance of cultivation resources. There were all sorts of cultivation resources. Moreover, they were all very rare. For example, the demonic origin fruit that He Xiong wanted was a divine medicine that could improve a cultivator's cultivation base. As for the fusion path fruit that Gu Fei wanted, it was even more precious. The fusion path fruit was on Nether God Island. This was no secret in the Nether continent. This heaven-defying divine medicine was on Nether God Island. However, obtaining this heaven-defying divine fruit was not an easy task. Many people had ventured into Nether God Island to obtain this divine fruit to improve their cultivation base. However, no one had ever heard of anyone succeeding. What should we do? Everyone panicked. Only Gu Fei remained calm. I say, Taoist Gu, if you have any ideas, just say it. He Xiong couldn't help but ask when he saw how calm Gu Fei was. This immortal demon spirit should be something born from death, so it's afraid of pure yang objects. Gu Fei said indifferently, What, pure yang? Where are we going to find a pure yang item at this time? Everyone was dumbfounded. Don't look at me. I cultivate the extreme Yin demon fire, not the pure yang demon fire. Hua Yaoyang panicked when he saw everyone looking at him. An object of pure yang, Feng Ji frowned. Roar. At this time, a roar came from the depths of the ancient battlefield. In the next moment, countless undying demon souls seemed to have heard a command and directly pounced towards Gu Fei's group. What was shocking was that these undead demon souls were all Saint rank undead demon souls. This was a terrifying army of Saint rank undead demon souls, because on Nether God Island there was a powerful existence that surpassed the eternal realm. This power suppressed the countless living beings on the island, and all living beings could only cultivate to the Saint rank. Over the years, countless Saint rank undead demon souls had appeared in this ancient battlefield. My life is over. Hua Yaoyang felt despair when he saw this scene. The others were also in despair because there were just too many of these undying devil spirits. Even ants could kill a giant elephant. Countless undying devil spirits swarmed over. Who could stop them? Boom! At this time, a ball of demon fire rushed out from Feng Ji's body. In the next moment, a powerful demonic energy burst out from the ball of demon fire. Everyone was shocked. Countless undead demon souls that were pouncing towards them fell to the ground. The soul demon fire in their skulls had all been extinguished. The undead demon souls that did not fall retreated like a tide, like mice that saw a cat. All of them were terrified. The ball of demon fire in the sky floated above everyone's head. A powerful pure yang aura spread out. With Gu Fei and the others as the center, the area within a radius of several thousand zhang became a forbidden zone for undead demon souls. Demon Phoenix's inner core? Gu Fei was surprised. He did not think that Feng Ji would possess such a treasure on her. The Demon Phoenix, even in Eternal World, it was an incomparably powerful existence. This Demon Phoenix's inner core definitely surpassed the extreme Dao rank. However, on Nether God Island, this Demon Phoenix's inner core could only erupt with the power of a saint rank. However, the pure yang demonic energy that erupted from the Demon Phoenix's inner core was enough to pose a fatal threat to the undead demon souls within a radius of several thousand zhang. Hu Yaoming and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the countless skeletons lying on the ground. Roar! A furious roar came from the depths of the ancient battlefield. Let's go! He Xiong did not expect Feng Ji to have such a card up her sleeve. He quickly led the way in the direction of the demon origin fruit. As long as he could obtain the demon origin fruit, it would all be worth it. Wherever they went, the surrounding undead demon spirits all retreated. Soon, they broke through the encirclement of the undead demon souls and arrived at the foot of a short mountain. This short mountain was barren and filled with rubble. Among the rubble, there were many skeletons. Most of these skeletons belonged to humans, but there were also a few skeletons belonging to unusual beasts. Boom! In the next moment, the short mountain suddenly exploded. A demonic figure rushed out from the mountain and directly grabbed the Demon Phoenix's inner core floating in the air. Kill! Feng Ji roared furiously. She soared into the sky and threw a punch at the demonic shadow. The demonic figure also punched. Bam! A muffled sound rang out. Feng Ji and the demonic figure's fists collided. Feng Ji was directly sent flying hundreds of zhang away. When she landed on the ground, her fists were trembling. So strong, Feng Ji was shocked. The demonic figure was only sent flying for hundreds of zhang before it stopped and pounced at the Demon Phoenix's inner core again. At this time, everyone could clearly see this demonic figure. This demonic figure was actually a black-robed, middle-aged man with a face as pale as a sheet of paper, without a trace of blood. The middle-aged man's body erupted with the aura of pure yang demon qi. No wonder this guy directly targeted the Demon Phoenix's inner core. The Demon Phoenix's inner core was originally a treasure coveted by demon cultivators who cultivated pure yang demon arts. Another undead demon soul? Gu Fei frowned. This undead demon soul was not in the state of a skeleton. Its flesh and blood were immortal, just like a living person. This undead demon soul must have been an unimaginably powerful existence when it was alive. Chapter 4789. No one knew how many undying demon spirits were hiding in the ancient battlefield ruins on Underworld God Island. However, Gu Fei's group was very unlucky today because they encountered too many undying demon spirits. If it wasn't for Feng Ji bringing a Demon Phoenix's inner core, they would have all lost their lives here. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't afraid of these demon spirits. He cultivated primordial chaos energy, the ancestral energy of heaven and earth. It could transform any worldly essence energy. These undying demon spirits were evil creatures that were innately afraid of pure yang energy. As long as they were hit by pure yang energy, these undying demon spirits would immediately die. Feng Ji's Demon Phoenix's inner core was a pure yang object. A demon phoenix was a divine phoenix that had fallen into the devil Dao. However, even after falling into the devil Dao, its fire elemental energy had turned into devil fire. However, the nature of the devil fire didn't change. It was still a pure yang devil fire. The demon phoenix's inner core emitted the power of the demon yang. Ordinary, undying demon spirits wouldn't dare to get close to it. However, this undying demon spirit with flesh and blood they encountered wasn't afraid of it at all. It even wanted to steal it. This caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. However, Gu Fei quickly understood why this undying demon spirit wanted to snatch the demon phoenix's inner core. This undying demon spirit actually cultivated pure yang devil energy. To other undying demon spirits, this demon phoenix's inner core was fatal, but to this undying demon spirit, it was a supreme treasure of the devil Tao that could increase its cultivation. At this time, Feng Ji and the undying demon spirit were fighting endlessly. The two figures moved quickly in the void, causing muffled collisions to resound. The undying demon spirit's movements were a bit stiff at first, but as the battle continued, it became smoother and smoother. Demon Phoenix spreads its wings. Feng Ji roared. In the next moment, two pitch-black wings appeared on her back. She gave a thumbs up and flapped her wings. Countless black lights rushed out from her wings, covering the sky as they pierced towards the undying demon spirit. The undying demon spirit didn't make a sound. He hugged the air in front of him, and a yin-yang demon diagram immediately appeared. Then, a heaven-devouring force erupted from the diagram. Countless rays of black light, piercing towards the undying demon spirit, were all sucked into the yin-yang demon diagram and disappeared without a trace. This, Feng Ji was shocked. In the next moment, the pair of wings on her back turned into two immortal blade lights that slashed towards the undying demon spirit. The two saber lights slashed directly on the undying demon spirit's body, producing a clanging sound, as if they were slashing on a piece of divine iron. The demon sages were shocked when they saw this. What a powerful demonic body! Even Gu Fei was a little moved. Could this be the legendary, indestructible Vajra demonic body? Hey, Xiong exclaimed. Invincible and unbreakable. This is an extreme Tao-level demonic body. The other demon sages were also shocked. The undying demon spirit was sent flying more than 10 li away. Boom! It instantly smashed into a bone mountain. Rumble! The area around the bone mountain began to shake. Under the astonished gazes of He Xiong and the others, a huge skeletal hand reached out from the ground and grabbed the undead demon soul that Feng Ji had sent flying. Seeing this, Feng Ji immediately withdrew the demon phoenix's inner core. Run! Gu Fei shouted at He Xiong, who was still in a daze. Ah! He Xiong woke up at the start and hurriedly led the others away. They only looked back in the direction of the bone mountain after fleeing for dozens of li. They saw that the area was shaking, and a terrifying aura of death enveloped the area. Two undying demon spirits were fighting. No one could have imagined that a big guy was hiding under the bone mountain. Fortunately, the two undying demon spirits were fighting, otherwise they would be in big trouble. Fear lingered in their hearts. He Xiong continued to lead the way. For hours later, they were already deep into the ancient battlefield, and the undying demon spirits they encountered were getting stronger. They even encountered a group of extreme Tao-level undying demon spirits. After a fierce battle, another demon sage was killed. At this time, only Gu Fei, He Xiong, White Bone Demon Sage, Feng Ji, and Shooting Moon Demon Sage were left. Even Huo Yaoming was dead. When Huo Yaoming died, he probably regretted stepping onto Underworld God Island. One should know that he was fine when the mysterious dragon lady swept the Fire Continent, and he escaped. Who would have thought that he would die on Underworld God Island? As they walked, He Xiong suddenly stopped. Everyone realized that there was actually an abyss in front of them, blocking their path. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't see the other side of the abyss because the sky above the abyss was filled with demonic chi, blocking their vision. Underworld, God, Demon, Abyss. He Xiong's expression was complicated. This is the underworld, god, demon abyss. White Bone Demon Sage's expression changed. Boss, hey, what do we do now? Shooting Moon Demon Sage looked at He Xiong and asked. The demon origin fruit is at the bottom of the abyss. He Xiong said solemnly. Then what are we waiting for? Feng Ji was getting impatient. It's not that simple. He Xiong sighed. At this time you're still hiding it? That's too much. Gu Fei said indifferently. Everyone looked at He Xiong with displeasure. Sigh. He Xiong sighed and told them about his experience. As it turned out, this fellow had actually been here once before. However, they had gone through many hardships to reach this place. Yet, when they were exploring the underworld, god, and demon's abyss, they were almost completely annihilated. Previously, He Xiong had followed his sworn brother here. His sworn brother was an incredible person who had explored many dangerous places in Nether Continent, and he had gained quite a lot. However, such an experienced explorer had fallen here, unable to come out from the underworld, god, demon abyss. They had not even reached the bottom of the underworld, god, demon abyss when they met with an unknown danger. That team had a total of 19 explorers, but only He Xiong had escaped. Why was he the only one who escaped? The reason was actually very simple. It was because he was the one walking at the very back. It was because he was the one walking at the very back that he had a chance of survival and successfully escaped. Otherwise, even He Xiong would have lost his life in the underworld, god, demon abyss. Damn it, Boss He, you're too much. Aren't you sending us to our deaths? White Bone Demon Sage pointed at He Xiong and scolded, his saliva spraying all over He Xiong's face. Everyone else's expression turned ugly.